Alright folks, welcome back. It is day 5 of WaniKani. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は5日目です。Alright, let's... Fingers crossed, today might be the big day. So we have our same 25 items, right? And what we're waiting for now is to see what happens when you fill these pips up. Yesterday I had a hiccup with mountain. Alright. Let's find out. Yeah, Yama. Okay. All the anticipation. I don't think there's anything else. For a little bit after midnight, it had a 3 on there. So maybe you only unlock. Alright. So let's get started on our review. Gotta pause a little. Alright. Gotta make sure I pause a little this time. Alright. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Alright. Oh, hey, it's Guru after that. Alright. Oh my gosh, I almost typed Yama again. Alright. Hooray! Okay, a wild kanji appears. Thanks to all your hard work reviewing radicals, a kanji has been unlocked. My first kanji! Alright. I'm almost as excited as this person, only I'm not wearing square glasses. Well, I mean, kind of rectangular glasses, so might as well be the same thing, right? It's waiting for you in your lessons, but before you start your lessons, there are a couple things you should know about kanji. Alright, sure, let's learn about kanji. Kanji readings. Unlike the radicals you've learned, kanji has... Wait, hold up. Excuse me. Unlike the radicals you've learned, kanji has a meaning and a reading. The reading is how a kanji is pronounced in Japanese. And we use hirakana to represent kanji readings in lessons and reviews. If you haven't already, you should learn hirakana. Alright. So, what will you learn about each kanji? On WaniKani, we keep it simple. There can be dozens of synonyms meaning for each kanji. There could be 5 ways to read it, but WaniKani teaches you the most common meanings and readings first. There are the ones you'll use 80 to 90% of the time. Our goal is to get you reading Japanese as quickly as possible. And this is the way to do it. I don't know. I just thought it was funny. It's in contrast to how happy this person is. Well, you'll learn about each kanji. Worried about not knowing all the readings of a kanji? Don't fret. You'll learn many of the least common readings, or less common readings when you start learning vocabulary. But kanji comes first. Alright. Where do the mnemonics come in? If you know anything about WaniKani, you know we're obsessed with mnemonics. So am I. I'm actually quite obsessed. These stories help you to memorize information for way longer than you could through rote learning. Obviously, right? Obviously. For kanji, you'll be memorizing both the meanings and the readings via mnemonics. personal favorite. And obviously mnemonics have subgroups, right? Subgroups of mnemonics. I am a little bit more of, I would say I am obsessed with mnemonics to the point where we do a mind palace analogy of mnemonics, right? Mnemonics can tackle different aspects of like visceral and tangible and vicarious memories, right? A kanji is radical, which you just learned, will combine to make a story to help you to learn the meaning. Then the story will continue to help you to learn the reading. As long as you can identify the radicals in a kanji, there's a good chance you'll be able to recall it. That's one of the one very fundamental way of doing so. Snar, the crabigator. All right, so we did our review and we got 15 lessons. 15. Oh, I see. Without toe, mountain, and which one is this? Is this related to? Wait, which character is locking this one? Oh, it's probably toe too, isn't it? Yeah, it's probably still toe. I see how they relate this stuff. Interesting. You can actually visibly do the connections. I like it. So this representation is very useful visually, right? Because if you're looking at the 3 missing ones, although slide, huh? Well, obviously this is this, and then I'm guessing toe has this part, right? Like that part. Ah, sorry, my hand needs to chill for a moment. Yeah, like this part, right? And then this is a little bit. Why is not used in any? Yeah, I know. I didn't say it was. So, look, I didn't draw an arrow to anything. So, and then this is probably a makeshift toe right here. Usually, the horizontal angles in writing can vary. So even when you're doing drops, right, drops, it can vary in angle. So a great example would be drops. A lot of drops tend to be like this angular, right, this set. And then you can have even versions like this, where they would vary in length. So this would be probably a toe situation, even though typically it's horizontal. But angles like this, inflections up and down, tend to vary when it comes to writing. I think it becomes a non-issue if you're not a writer of radicals or characters in general. Generally, when you start writing, you start nitpicking something like this. Like for example, these representations. These are print representations of the kanji because they're usually extended, largely because when you're writing something, it can extend beyond a boundary up here. But in order to keep it in a box, they do this to show that this thing is longer. Typically, if I had a box, it can extend above. When you're imagining a plane, it can extend above, but then you're gonna like just to keep up the lengths. And usually this is a print style that makes it so that the box looks nice as opposed to your writing. I'm not the biggest for me, when I see like written to the side, it kind of looks like this. Like the top sometimes look like this and the bottom looks like this if it's going from this direction, if it's going from this direction as well, and if it's going this direction, it looks nice because it only extends towards the bottom and the top. Not even taking into account, yeah, no, they're still considered fonts though. it's they're still considered fonts. Like even if you're talking about radicals that actually change. So there are radicals that actually change. Like one would be like reizoko, the rei in reizoko, or not reizoko. Sorry. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, the first syllable. I mean the first character. It actually does change. There are radicals that do change between prints, but they're still more like a stylistic print scenario. So that's kind of what people decided to do. They decide to identify them as different print fonts. But you can call them whatever you want. It's semantics in the end. So being pedantic about that would be something left for writers, I suppose. People who actually write. Otherwise, it's still recognizable for the most part. Except, is there one that's not recognizable that I've encountered? Oh, there are a few elements that can create two different characters. This element versus this element. And any form of this element. Any form of a corner. So, for example, this type of corner. Well, in print, will look like this. But it's actually one stroke. Most of the time, it's there are very specific elements like this. These are one stroke, but it will appear like this in print, which can throw people off. And when you're writing these are actually elements too. So like the difference between this and this, these are elements. And printing can create either a combination, as in both of these end up looking like this, or both of these ending up looking like this. And it can vary, however, there's enough context within like possibly the other things that would make this low risk, in my opinion. So this comes up a lot when you're writing. When you're looking at the whole thing, like for example, nani, right? If I wrote it like this, and taking into account of your hand and how you move and how you like stop, how clean your stops are, you might not be able to tell the difference. Reading their handwriting, reading your own handwriting, and also in print, you're not going to be able to tell the difference. And are these both kanji? I have too limited knowledge to know. I know it's this one for my purposes. Oh, and then there are versions of this actually. Like for example, sometimes you will comment, a kanji pretty well, but then I actually struggle to recognize it, and some of the many fonts used are not much to do about that. I feel, except to keep exactly. There was a video game that I played called Shashinko, right? And there are movie posters in the game. Like there were movie posters in the theater, and obvious ones that you might be thinking, even two-stroke ones like hito. I'm like, wait a minute. And here's one thing. You might be thinking that I'm saying this, all these like nuance checks and stuff would prevent me from overthinking it, but I overthink this instead. So the opposite is true, where you start thinking, okay, so if I wrote it this way, and then you go straight to how it looks, or at least I went straight to how it looks, as opposed to, oh wait, let's just read the whole thing and see if I deduce what this is, because ultimately, that was a lot earlier on. It was like 100+ days ago. In the end of the day, when you start reading, you end up filling in the blanks anyways. So I like that there are different fonts. One of my favorite things about English, right? English and its flexibility of like its quote unquote Roman characters tends to be that you get to the point where you're like looking at a I don't know, like a metal band, metal band's logo, and you have no idea what it's written. Like to this day, it's practically a rite of passage to know what the metal band's, like the name of the metal band is from their logo, as opposed to like actually reading the logo. So what happens is like you learn the band's name and then you look at the logo for the band's name. Like it's like giving you a confused image and say, do you see the cat? Right? Do you see the cat? And then you will go to look for a cat. And sure enough, with enough complexity and nuance, you're gonna find a cat in there somehow, where there might not even be a cat. Right? That's kind of how I feel about when people use kanji, or at least like ideogrammic representations. When you read something, you know that it's in there, as opposed to being able to write and reproduce what you think you know that's in there, right? Like even the simplest, when you at some point, like even the simplest types of things, like this character, for example, I don't know if these are characters, but what happens is when you go and think about the permutations, right? You're thinking, do these exist? Oh, I can probably do this one. Where do you see these elements from? And it gets a little hazy, right? And that's kind of the lovely thing about language learning. It's all the above cumulatively. So when you're actively involved in all the elements that put together the language, you have so many ways to get to like a resolving conclusion. I think writing is fantastic personally, but it's my advertisement for writing. I feel like reading any language at an intermediate level is all about scratching your brain to fill the gaps. I like that. I like that remark. That is quite a wonderful remark. Writing is my natural way of slowing down and then really digging into like, wait a minute. And then you start filling in the gaps, right? You scratch your brain to fill in the gaps. Anyways, looks like we got some things on Guru here, which is exciting. Oh, so that's how they're doing it. Okay. All right, so let's do our new lesson, and we might be able to draw new pictures and stuff. All right, one. Ichi. The kanji is composed of one radical. Can you see where the radicals fits in the kanji? I'm having a hard time. I feel like this one is longer than this one. So I clearly it should be like this length. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. All right, the meaning. Meaning mnemonics. We have to build out the foundation. So we're going to read all of these things because the idea is that they're building a foundation in the story, within the story, to accumulate new stories, right? So we got to get a feel for the type of mnemonics and writing that they're using. Laying on the ground is something that looks just like the ground. The number one. Interesting. Why is this one lying down? It's been shot by number two. Oh, fascinating. So I'm curious if they do the 7, 8, 9 bit, you know, the joke, 7, 8, 9. Okay, it's been shot by number two. It's lying there, bleeding out and dying. The number one doesn't have long to live. Rip number one. To remember the meaning of one, imagine... I like the color coding. The color coding is wonderful. So they're separating the colors, right? The blocks were highlighted in magenta or fuchsia or whatever you want to call that, depending on your calibration of your color on your monitor. And then they're keeping the color system consistent as the keywords highlighted in their mnemonics. You grab one in your arms, trying to prop it up, trying to hear its last words. Instead, it just splatters some blood on your face. Who did this to you? You asked. The number 1 points weakly, and you see number 2 running off into an alleyway. He's always been jealous of number 1 and knows he can be number 1 now that he has taken the real number 1 out. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. Oh, which by the way, when you ask why the serious voice, I read a lot of video games. Like a lot of video games. Before we started language learning, I play lots of story-driven games that aren't like AAA titles. So I tend to read lots and lots of dialogue and narration. And in order to keep that fresh and multi-purpose and engaging, I try to voice out my imaginations while I'm speaking. It helps me control my intonation, my projection, and volume and cadence, right? So part of speaking a language is involved in how you manipulate your voice. So I might not have been speaking multiple languages, but I have spoken English in many forms, and English is an incredibly flexible language that enables you to do these things. Even without you can be as pitchy as you can intentionally because the accents themselves are different pitches of English speaking. And then when you're like public speaking and whatnot, the last thing, sometimes it works, there's an audience for most of the things. The idea is when it's not the audience, would you care to only sound the way you sound all the time? Or you embody all the different ways that you can sound as a reflection of yourself? So sounding excitable when you want to sound excitable is a very effective strategy at maybe potentially raising your pitch, right? And whatnot. Do you like to do accents for your characters? At the moment, I do not know enough about languages in order to command accents. So now, with some exposure and some listening, I might be able to impart more accents. I more impart behavioralisms to characters. Like, for example, what if, sometimes this person is very skittish and, you know what I mean? Like, I think it's like, I think, the stuff. And then you have like the, so grab one in your arms. Yeah, trying to prop it up, trying to hear it, at least words, yeah, whatever. Instead, it just spatters some blood on your face. Who did this to you? So, like, mannerisms. I'm still using my own particular voice for the mannerisms. Raise the tone, slow the cadence, increase the speed. The accents come later, and it come, in my opinion, and it deals with an understanding of what the accents are. And I haven't done any proper studies of accents. However, nowadays, though, I can do other things because of language learning. I could impart the pronunciation and intonation of Mandarin into my characters speaking English, and I can use what I understand about katakana and the Japanese phonetics to make English sound relatively like someone who has Japanese pronunciation but still legibly English. So it comes full circle. Video games brought me here. My understanding of voice and communication brought me here, and teaching. So now I don't even necessarily need to have accents per se. I can command using the pronunciation that I have. So occasionally, I'll decide, okay, this character is gonna pronounce like 20 common words in like a weird way because obviously it's using Japanese pronunciation, right? And or Mandarin pronunciation. And it's given me an appreciation for what inevitably becomes the accent. Like my parents have this particular accent because their pronunciations carry over into English, right? So in the future, I might be able to do that. For now, most of my readings deal with manipulation of my voice. So some characters have higher pitch, like the ground, the average pitch is higher, the average pitch is lower. Some characters traditionally speak slower. Some characters speak infrequently, or the frequency and the speed varies sporadically. So there's ways to manipulate your own voice without introducing an accent. You don't necessarily need an accent because there's behavioralisms. When someone's really excited, they tend to speed up really rapidly to, you need to take a breath, but you could read it like, lying on the ground is something that looks like just like the ground in number 1. Why is the one lying down? It's been shot by number 2. It's lying down there, bleeding out and dying. The number 1 doesn't have long to live, right? You could read it really, really fast as you can, making errors because that person's in a hurry. Or you can slow it down with dramatic pauses and whatnot. That's a way to not have to concern yourself with other things. And I kind of like doing that, I can't do like emotes or anything like screaming and dying and maybe exhausting possibly, but that's about it. Not like a voice actor or anything like that. I think I make an alright. I'm gonna say I can make an above average narration. Above average narrator. I was like, just as a side note, if you're curious, where is a great video on there's a good video on the Wire YouTube channel on American accents. Yeah, I already seen it. Yep. I've seen most of the things about US accents. Before I started language learning. I really love the American English language. So I have to say this because ultimately because of the really, really loud minority and echo chamber of the internet, you would get a different impression of this a lot of times. I quite love English. Like, I don't think English is boring. I think English is fantastically controversial, which is ironic because so consistently you get the stereotype that English is boring because everyone knows English, and yet it's the most controversial because it's used by many people, and accents are notwithstanding. In fact, it's not just the Wired YouTube channel. This is a part of many British YouTubers who like moved to the United States. They do wonderful covers of their impressions of US accents. I have a northeastern accent. However, it's a northeastern accent that's characteristic of American-born Chinese. So there's a slight subtlety that you can distinguish between someone who's from New York and then a Chinese person, or American-born Chinese that's in New York. And you can pick them out fairly regularly if you know what you're listening to. I myself personally have not met people that is with extraordinarily different US accents. I've only heard them online. So those people are practically unicorns to me right now. Anyways, yeah. I'm not sure about accent experts though. I think accent experts, when they describe things, are a little detached from the experience. Maybe many people find their primary language a bit boring, as foreign languages are more exotic by nature, and of course there are a lot of English natives browsing, watching English content online. What you stated is complacency, right? The monotony of something repetitious, that's a classical human condition that I accept. However, that does not paint a picture that you have to prescribe to. So like, this is apples and oranges comparison. What is foreign is exotic, right? By nature. And what is repetitious is less interesting by nature. So like for human exposure, right? What is memorable sentimentally, right, is not exotic. However, in both cases, there are ways to retain enthusiasm and sentimentalism or interest, while curiosity and intellectual pursuit engages one with languages or foreign things that they're not familiar with, right? The repetitious nature of your primary language provides solace and comfort and consistency. So while someone's ultimate feelings is boring, comparing boring with excitement, there's also comfort, consistency, fear, and uncertainty. So exploring these can leverage something that isn't weighed in apples and oranges. So like, are you interested in your primary language? Are you interested in a foreign language? Those things that contribute to that interest is predicated on more than one dimension. So my interest in my primary language is not based on the idea that it is boring versus exciting. These are apples and oranges comparisons. One is foreign and one is not foreign. So one is familiar, one is foreign. These things, to measure these things against each other, they're practically zeros and ones, right? However, you could say interest, or both, in my opinion. This is semantics, of course, because we're talking about feelings now. So we measure and gauge the amount of interest in a foreign language versus primary. If your sole metric is to measure how exciting it is, then regardless, primary language will lose, foreign language will win, right? Because one's exciting and one's boring. Like, one's familiar, one's unfamiliar. However, if you lump in all the quote-unquote positive and negative perspectives that contribute to interest, then you have an interesting topic. My interest in my primary language is fueled by its consistency in my life. It is something I'm able to do at a level that is sufficient for me to explore nuances. In a foreign language, I'm unable to do that. However, there is discovery, and the discovery promotes interest. So when you choose to focus on a very specific metric that differentiates between two objects, then you are sure to find that one is less superior than the other, quote unquote, less superior or less interesting, right? So how does one get interest in their daily lives versus just their hobby? Hobby has a sense of discovery and novelty, while their daily lives does not. So if you this is my like segue into my trying to convince people that their daily lives are worth investing, because their sentimentalism attached to your daily lives have been subverted by the condition that novelty is the most exciting thing and their daily lives is no longer interesting, right? So if you go around thinking that your daily life is disinteresting, how do you make it more interesting? Or like not interesting? How do you make it more interesting, right? I read a lot of things in English. Inherently, if you decide there's nothing more to learn about English, for example, let's make this about language learning. If you believe, and most people actually do believe that, or what I mean by that is they behave as though they believe that. There's nothing more to learn about your primary language. So therefore, a foreign language is incredibly exotic. And here we are where when you learn a new target language, it reminds you of how much interesting your primary language is, and you may be able to relive and rekindle some of that interest with your primary language. Now, there are individuals who would learn a target language and they would still see that their primary language is boring, right? In fact, to a point where they would prefer to use their target language over their primary language. I personally do not see this as a segregation. For me, learning a target language allows me to appreciate my primary language. And the example that I just provided about voice acting or about reading demonstrates that, in my opinion, one of my major motivations is if I can learn Japanese and understand at least the foundation of Japanese, I can bring it back to English and my understanding of English. I do not try to segregate and abandon one or the other. So when I say I'm interested in language learning, that includes all the languages I know. And this sounds like a broken record and it's a hot take and it's an unpopular opinion, but when someone says your primary goal is to learn Japanese and then they keep saying things like oh, you get short-circuited, things become less interesting, or it's a impediment when you start thinking about your primary language while you're learning your target language because it interferes with the acquisition of target language. I kind of disagree, but in a way I also concede because a lot of people don't have interest in their primary language anymore. So when you're translating, you're no longer learning anything. Like if you spend half your time translating and you're not interested in your primary language and how that primary language interacts with your target language, then yes, you are in fact, quote unquote, wasting half your time translating because you have no interest in it. Meanwhile, I am interested in translating. I'm actually really interested in interpreting. So there are people like my parents who are happy to live the rest of their life without understanding English. However, for me, that shares a practical reason for me to, quote unquote, stunt my growth in understanding Japanese and Mandarin because I'm also focused on interpreting and translating. And, cue the 100th person that tells me, oh, there's no one-to-one translation between these languages. I know. There's no one-to-one translation of anything. Japanese is Japanese, English is English. However, I am not using that as an excuse to be disinterested in one language over another. That's kind of the thought here. Hello there, Okami. Wait, are you still the same Okami, or are you a different Okami? Hey, Sub-Zero. Oh, and I'm sure about it, there are also many Brits, Americans, etc. studying English at a very high level, which most somewhat reflect interest in their own primary language. Yeah, and I hope they're interested in other languages too. I think, hear me out here. It is me trying hard. You might be, I concede that it sounds like I'm trying really hard, but to me, that is the mission statement of sharing my experiences. I want people to be interested. Like, I genuinely desire to evoke people to be interested in their daily lives. Habit formation, atomic habits, your regular upkeep of your body, and interest in your own physical health, self-love, mental health, those require that you be interested in the mundane, the thing that occurs every single day. So if you, without sounding too cliche and like I'm selling a product here, which I'm not, that might factor into what I'm about to say. The hot take here is, if you can do it for a primary language, you can most definitely find interest in your own physical health, your sleep hygiene, what you eat every day, because the primary language is the language that you're going to use or think about in some way, shape, or form, shaping most of your thoughts. If you are not interested in that, then seldomly anything else that's also a regular fixture of your life will no longer be interesting. And there are pros and cons to that. It's difficult to get people to learn and improve the things they do day in and day out because it's mundane, because it's boring, it's familiar, it's consistent. While at the same time, the individuals who are struggling for consistency in their lives, like for mental health, they continue to strive for born discovery coping mechanisms. As in, okay, in order for me to feel better, I must start a new gym routine, right? Like, I must start something new. It's exciting, it's fascinating, it's filled with potential and possibilities. Yet, it does not include the perspective that it can fail, you are not familiar with it, and it can only produce momentary consistency, if not any consistency at all, and it is based on potential, as in you do not know its projected outcome. Meanwhile, you can already walk, right? You can already walk. You can already sit and stand. You can already climb stairs. How can you integrate something that's new and exciting into things that you do every single day? Walk up the stairs quicker. Walk down the stairs quicker. Bring a timer. Time yourself going up the stairs. Time yourself going down the stairs. So, in my opinion, this is how I love language learning. Translation, interpretation is part of the integration. I love English even more now because I'm learning Japanese. I love Japanese more because I'm learning Chinese. And I'm gonna get fired for this, like, way down the road probably as well. I like my languages to interact with each other. I do not spend tons and tons of effort trying to segregate them and then do like this hyper focus thing where you have to do one or the other. Maybe that will stunt my growth in some places, but it will also elevate my interest in others. My English proficiency might actually go up, or it becomes more eclectic because I continue to define things in Japanese, in English, and vice versa. Possibly. And then I can do it every day. It's like I'm breathing. Like every day, it's difficult for me to say, I just got up. Is that Okiru? Pretty sure it's Okiru. And then, I go out for a run. Oh, I think that's Hashiru. Yeah, Hashiru. That kind of thing. You have a question. I was treating a patient and the patient needed extra anesthesia numbing injections. So while I was giving the patient, another one of my friend came and poked me on the neck as a joke, and I accidentally punctured my finger. I washed it with water and soap and betadine. I asked the patient to make a blood test and send it to me. What should I look at since I'm a biologist? I don't know anything about hematology. Do I look for neutrophil counts, or what do I look for in the CBCT test after 2 weeks, of course? I have no idea. I'm not a trained medical professional. So if I had to ascertain something, that seems like a reasonable thing. I don't know. If you're looking for neutrophils, are you looking for an infection or something? Are you worried that Are you worried that you're gonna have an infection from I'm not a pathologist, nor am I a immunologist. I'm not a trained medical professional. Neutrophils, I'm guessing, is a first line of defense, so I suppose if your neutrophil counts go up, it would be signs of an infection if you're looking for it. You're worried that he might have something. If you're treating a patient, that would make yourself a medical professional. So why seek the advice of a retired, quote unquote, retired geneticist for advice on immunological reactions? That sounds reasonable. I feel like you know what you're already going to do. I suppose if you get the patient's blood test, you will at least know if they have an ongoing infection or not, right? Biology I have no human. Also, you know, as a bigger disclaimer, I have no human. I do not know anything about humans or human health biologically. You were on vacation. Will I go back to your mentor next week? I see. Interesting. Oh, so this happened while you were abroad or something, or traveling. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I guess. Wait. You said you punctured your finger. Your friend came and poked me in the neck as a joke, and I accidentally punctured your finger. But the device itself didn't make any contact with anything. So I'm a little confused as to, oh, maybe like when you're withdrawing. I'm not sure. I thought needles are supposed to be you puncture your finger with the patient's needle. Oh, yeah. I mean, this is not medical advice or anything, right? At all. I tend to think of things in virology terms, so perhaps a scan. You know, I don't know how you would tell for a blood test. If I had to conjecture, you might be able to tell if that person has an ongoing infection by looking at immune cells, right? If neutrophils or immune cells are up, this is medical advice. If the immune cell, you know, the blood cell count is elevated, then there might be some concern for an ongoing infection. However, in terms of immunology, or let's say virology, you can look for there are ways to scan for viral peptides, right? Virions and existing circulating markers for viruses, and you can scan for the very common ones, like test a patient for COVID, hepatitis, TB. Probably not. I imagine you're not in a, if you were abroad in like specific regions in Africa, I hear that TB is still substantially a thing. So TB is not necessarily filtered in that, but there are, you know, tests for those things. I think you're fine, right? I have no idea. Sorry. I only know about like HIV at most. You definitely find it you find it interesting to learn Japanese from English, like on Duo or WaniKani. When English is not your first language, you still need decent enough proficient to do that, of course. Yes. For example, you have learned new English words while using WaniKani. Oh, really? I have learned that I really suck at spelling. I really suck at spelling. And also, I have I have an adverbial problem, or at least Duo keeps telling me I'm making grammar errors with my adverbs. So I place my adverbs in random places, and it's becoming like duh in Mandarin. So things like you know, when someone says I should, right? I should probably versus I probably should. And you might be thinking, oh, this is a simple sentence. That's okay, right? I should probably and I probably should is okay. But then when you insert an object, right? I should go to the store. Then you have I probably should go to the store. I should probably go to the store, or I should go to the store probably. And then there's another one. Probably I should go to the store with the comma. And I realized that because of the way I speak a lot of times where my adverbs would fly everywhere, and some of these are not grammatically acceptable written English. like they're grammatically awkward and or incorrect. And you can replace adverbials or adverbs for adverb phrases. They can come in many, many different types. Like most often. You can change all these up in these positions with most often. Most often, I should go to the store. That doesn't make any sense. I most often go to the store. That makes a little bit, that sounds a little bit nicer. That's probably the correct way. I most often go to the store as opposed to most often I should go to the store. And I find myself saying that every once in a while, which is interesting. Also, I love discovering things that are untranslatable or uninterpretable. They help me realize, they challenge me to scrap my brain on how do I express that. For example, 大丈夫です, right? 大丈夫. そうですか? そうですか? そう。そうです。いいですね. Right? ありがとうございます. Right? How do you,はじめまして. Right? That stuff, I'm like, interesting. And then you start like racking your brain. How do you capture the essence of that? And I enjoy that quite a lot. Anyways, I've been stalling. Sorry, I've been stalling. All right. I love talking about language. I brought a story with me today, but I'll save it for later. All right. Anyways, thank you again, Gecko, for being such a participant, and of course, Okami. I hope you are safe and sound, and your mentor, who happens to be a trained medical professional, will be able to console your worries. If there's any place to get an infection, I suppose in a medical facility would be an ideal location. Hopefully, no viral infections, right? I think viral infections are kinda gnarly. However, bacterial infections, I think for the most part, can be addressed at your earliest convenience, since you're around a medical facility a lot of times. Anesthesia, huh? So are you training, what do you call them? Anesthesiologist? Are you a anesthesiologist in training? Or like a medical assistant? Intriguing. Alright, so basically 2 attacked 1, which makes 2 become 1. So I guess the next number 2 is going to attack 1, right? And the vicious cycle of vengeance continues. Reading. So we have ichi and itsu. Oh, interesting. Oh, no, that might be it. Wait, is that a small tsu? It's not a small tsu, but it could be a small tsu. So onyomi, okay, so they identify the onyomi, ichi. I guess ichi. Yeah, fair enough. Reading mnemonics as you're sitting there next to one. Okay, hold up. My pleasure. As much as I enjoy your takes and things, and don't use them as an excuse to slack on your lessons. I won't. I'll try my best. Okay. As you're sitting there next to one, holding him up, you start. Oh, so now he's a him. Okay. You start feeling a weird sensation all over your skin. From the wounds comes a fine powder, obviously coming from the special bullet used to kill one. That causes the person it touches to get extremely itchy. Itchy. Hint. Make sure you feel the ridiculously itchy sensation covering your body. It climbs from your hands where you're holding the number 1 up, and then goes through your arms, crawls up your neck, goes down your body and then covers everything. It becomes uncontrollable and you're scratching everywhere, writhing on the ground. It's so itchy that it's the most painful thing you've ever experienced. You should imagine this vividly so you can remember reading of this kanji. Thank you. Alright, ichi. Okay. Ichi and itsu or itsu. Right, itsu. Okay. Examples. Oh, one thing. Oh, itsu. Okay. Here is a glimpse of some of the vocabulary, right? And then what? They put hitori as an example. Oh no. Wait. Oh no. Okay. Wait. They have ichi, itsu, itsu, and oh wait, not itsu. Futatsu. Wait. No, not futatsu. Hitotsu and hitori as examples. Oh no. Wait. Yeah, because they didn't do the reading for those, right? Not yet. Okay. The kunyomi ones. Anyways. Keep him in check and listen. Up there, I'll keep you in check. Where's that Chinese learning? Alright. Next one. Ni. I love this. Okay. 2 has ni as the kanji, of course. I see it. Thank you. The kanji 2 and the radical 2 are the exact same things. Therefore, you know the kanji for 2 already. Hooray! More simply put, you can just know that this kanji is the double of 1. It's 2 lines. That's not all that hard to remember, right, guys? Right? Alright. Just ni? Okay. Which... Onyomi? Wait. That's considered onyomi. Oh, that's so interesting. I didn't consider ni as onyomi because of R. Intriguing. How do you count to 2? Just use... Although in Fujonese it's nei. 8 nei. Nei is closer to ni. In fact, if you wrote nei out, it might look like ni. But R or liang, liang and R is really far from ni. I don't know. How do you count to 2? Just use someone's knee. I see it. And then their other knee, their 2 knees. Womp womp. Okay, fair enough. I mean, it kind of looks like a knee joint. Real talk. If you were doing a side profile of a knee, you could get away with this. See? Here's the thighs. Here's the leg. Here's the foot. Right? This is the kneecap. These are the top and bottoms of a kneecap, and the leg is facing this way. That's actually pretty good. I like it. I don't even think you need the 2 knees. This is a kneecap. Alright. What about the story? Imagine asking to borrow the 2 knees of a stranger in the street, just so you can count to 2. They're confused at first, but then they present each knee to you in a loving sort of way. Yep, that's 2 knees, alright. Alright, I'll buy it. What example is it? Oh no, they use that too. So we have ni, futatsu and futari, right? Futari as the as the example. All right, so we got 9. All right, we're doing numbers here. Yeah, almost. So 9, which ends up being Q, right? And Q is Q. Nice. This kanji is the same as the radical that looks just like it, down to the meaning even. The radical is 9, and the kanji is 9. I'm trying to... Sorry, I was going to make a German joke, but I don't know enough German. We're not going to do that. Making the meaning of this kanji really easy to remember as long as you know the radical first. If you know your radicals well, this kanji will be a breeze. No. Understanding. So we have ku and Q. Yeah, ku. Because, now they took into account... So they're introducing onyomi. I see what they're doing here. But the ku happens to be the euphonic change for counter as well. Unlike hitori and futari, right? Although this kanji has 2 onyomi to learn, the pronunciation of those 2 onyomi are very similar, so that should make them easier to remember. When you were 9, your favorite foods were cookies. Wow, that's a stretch. Cookies. Cookies. Oh, cucumbers. Cucumbers. Oh, I get it. That's kind of funny. I think this says ku when it's only alone, but I think of it as cucumbers when it's followed by cumbers. CU laughs in Brazilian 5th grade. Oh, that's a laugh in Brazilian? Oh, interesting. So here's the thing about English, right? Since this is not IPA, when I see ku, like listed as ku, as in like this blocked off, this is ku. But when it's added to cumbers, it's cucumbers. So it's kind of like how ku becomes like for example kuji, right? Yeah, kuji. But then you have, let's say, kunin, right? Oops. Oh, this is confusing. But we'll use like hirakana to represent it. And then we have like kunin, right? Kunin. This is the same as this part. Like it's ku when it's standing alone, and then even with keys, but in ku in cumbers, it's cucumbers. So weird. English, same weirdness, I suppose. Or it's strikingly similar, where like the phonetics in when bunched together makes me think of a different pronunciation than when it's put together in the words. So that's kind of an interesting thought. Copper is a naughty word, that's why I'm laughing. Oh, I mean, CU is a naughty word. Oh, I see. It's also famously brought up when you're studying chemistry and look at the copper element. Yeah, that's what I think of when I think of CU. When you capitalize it. So when you wrote this, I literally said copper when I was reading. The moment you capitalize it this way, but you could be capitalizing because it's the beginning of a sentence. So that's a little confusing too. But generally speaking, when this is capitalized, I think of copper. Fun fact, words consisting of a single kanji usually use kunyomi readings, but numbers are an exception and use onyomi. Oh, that's a fun fact. I did not make that connection, Gecko. That is a fun fact. I'll keep that in mind. Of course, because it's more fun, there are also exceptions to the exceptions, such as nana or yon, which are also correct. Oh, that's a fun fact. I like that. I didn't make that connection. Interesting. Keep them coming. What did we have here? Okay. Q. Except for numbers, right? Yeah, Q. And oh no. Which one is this? Kokonotsu. Kokonotsu, and I actually don't have this. Interesting. I like how it just says Kyushu. I'm guessing this is referring to Kyushu, the region. Kyushu. Largely because it's written as Kyushu, and it's read as Kyushu. So it's Kyushu as in the western region, right? It would be typically written like this though in the English thing that I seen most of the time. Interesting choice. We had a whole unit on in Duolingo like recently on various I like reading Japanese places because the kanji itself speaks difference. Like Ikebukuro is pawn bag to me. Forever pawn bag. Ikebukuro. Bukuro. Or fukuro without the, if it's not attached to anything, it's fukuro. So Ike and fukuro. So pawn bag. Forever pawn bag. And then like Ginza. Golden seat. Forever golden seat. Ikebukuro. It's gin and za as in to sit. Za. Oops. Right. Ginza. And then Ikebukuro. Right. Right. It's okay. Anyways, names are cool. Names are really cool. Let's see. 7. All right. What's the story about 7? Is it 7, 8, 9? What are you going with this? Are you gonna throw in some English stories? Lucky for you, as is the case with many of the lower stroke kanji, this kanji is the same as the radical you've already learned. The radical that makes up this kanji is 7. And the kanji, which is exactly the same, is also 7. Dun dun dun. So if you know the radical, you know the meaning of the kanji as well. Make sure you know your radicals well, and you'll be a-okay on this one. I haven't ever made the connection that a-okay is a hyphen okay. What did I think it was? Oh, like this, like a okay, like a, you know, like a hey, but drawn out, and then you drop the H. But a-okay, interesting. Intriguing. I like the personality in all of these writing. I feel like if most of this is written by Koichi, right? Koichi, I like this guy already. I feel like I could have a coffee. I could sit down and have a drink of, you know, chat with this guy. Okay, so we have Shichi. Oh my gosh, they start with Shichi. See, WaniKani already teaching you some English too. I know, right? All the time. So Shichi. She cheated. Oh, I sorry, I just spoiled it for myself. It's so hard to ignore it. Okay, so you know this kanji means 7, so let's use that to remember the reading too. Oh, and you know what's great about doing the onyomi and whatnot? Now I get to refresh on my onyomi, as in like I get to refresh on Mandarin. So that's interesting. Chi is 7. 8 ne san saying oh no take. Take, not close enough. Chi che. Che is Fujianese. I had to count up in Fujianese just in case. So sometimes when I'm counting up, I mix up Mandarin and Fujianese. Like half of it would be in Mandarin, half of it would be in Fujianese. Because I would say the sound that's most convenient or feels most convenient. So sometimes it's like san say ngo noi take. I like take over t. So sometimes I would like. So I started counting in Mandarin, but I ended up finishing in Fujianese. That happens every once in a while. So I tend to count sometimes. Anyways, and I do the same thing for Japanese. Right, ichi, right, ichi ni, right, ichi ni san sei ngo noi. Because 3 is the same across the board. It's san for all of them. So wherever there's like a really close like homonym between the 3 languages, it could transition into any language that I know currently. And I do the same for English and Chinese. Whenever there's like an English word that seemingly kind of sounds like Chinese and or Fujianese, it's often where I instinctively shift languages if I wanted to. So it sounds like it flows, right? It flows from one language to the other language. I think some of this stuff is pretty cool. I think singers do it really, really well. Like some of the really great multilingual singers, you can like they're like flow in their lyrics when they're speaking 2 languages. They feel like it just blends together. Unlike it's in contrast to like singers where they pause and then they suddenly shift to another language because like maybe the refrain is in English and then the rest is in Japanese, that kind of thing. That's really fun to listen to. But then you have the rare ones where they would like be swapping in mid-sentence and you didn't even know that the language transitioned between the 2 and it go back and forth. And I think that's my newer appreciation for like hip-hop, and you know, the scene hip-hop and rap is like blended in pretty much a lot of things, especially the Japanese scene. And you can hear a lot of the new Japanese pop scene singers like ebb and flow from English to Japanese almost effortlessly, and that's really cool. Anyway, just a little outside share. And I listen for that a lot of times. I'm like, oh, so that's where it stopped. That's where, oh, that's a neat transition between this character and this English word. Pretty cool. Anyways, you know this kanji, okay. You know this kanji, this kanji means 7. So let's use that to remember the Stranger Things. I'm kidding. I thought they, you know, I don't know if they can make references to pop culture without getting slapped with copyright. oh wait, her name is 11 actually. What am I thinking of? 7. Oh, the movie 7. I'm thinking about the movie 7. Actually, the girl in Stranger Things is 11, not 7. Or they could have made a 7-Eleven mnemonic. I probably would have taken a 7-Eleven mnemonic as well. I think WaniKani teaches onyomi as the first main reading most of the time, like 80%, and of course many kunyomi readings are also introduced later with vocab items as well as other onyomi. Yes, that's cool because that also gives me an opportunity to practice Chinese. It's awesome. I think one of the things that made me appreciate Japanese even more, right? Since now Japanese is technically my secondary language and Mandarin is my tertiary language. So the secondary is being used as a point of reference for the tertiary, right? Much like the primary is being used as a reference for both the secondary and the tertiary. So that's how I'm layering my interest. Interesting. 7 is a lucky number, okay, usually. But this time, it wasn't so good. 7% is all she got on her test. Oof. After she cheated on it? You can still get a percentage after you cheat on a test? What kind of school system did Koichi go to? I'm kidding. You can still get percentages after cheating? Okay, anyways. Cheat? Okay. Cheated. Cheated. That's a good one though. Cheated. That actually helps with the pronunciation because she is kind of like terrible. It's terrifying to me. Like Shiji. Shiji is still to this day like every time I say 7 o'clock I'm like, let's just not. Shiji. Okay. Alright, so cheated on it. How unbelievable is it that someone got oh wait, they do explain it. How unbelievable is that someone got 7% on a test, especially if you try to cheat. Imagine the girl you oh, I get it now. She didn't get caught cheating. She cheated and still got a 7%. Oh. My bad. I'm terrible with English. Sorry, I'm bad at reading English. My bad. Especially if you try to cheat. Imagine the girl you loathe the most from school. You want to hear something dark? Or like something incredibly discomforting? This might be a little bit slightly dark, so I don't want people to get the idea that I feel this way now. Now that I'm a ripe age of 37. But when I was a younger kid, you know, when I was in high school and stuff, I actually had so many mental self issues and then external issues against me that I had no time to loathe people. So like I did have bullies in my life and they did momentarily make me loathe them or feel bitter or anger against them, but there was so much things going on with my own identity, factoring in racism, discrimination, and moving and like life and not being able to relate to younger kids because I was already like 20 years old when I was born. I had like 20 to 30-year-old responsibilities. I don't think my responsibilities have ever changed since I was like 13, largely due to the nature of a cultural dissonance between being raised Chinese as opposed to English. Childhood is but a segue to adult responsibilities per se. Thought I just throw that in there. Now I always say, I tend to say the thing that I've never been younger in my life, mentally speaking. Obviously, biologically, I've never been older. but this is a pretty big talking point. Like when they say, imagine the girl you loathe the most from school, I can't even possibly imagine what I loathed in school other than myself. Or somehow loathing the world and the environment that I was in, right? This sounds very similar. It's very empathetic in a different, weird, coincidental way to a lot of youth today, right? Because the internet hypersensitizes you or even normalizes and then desensitizes you to how glamorous life could be. And then your own life becomes incredibly mundane, if not self-loathing. So, yeah, there's a silver lining to it. I actually did not loathe a lot of people and not very much my bullies as well because there was so many other things to dislike about oneself. So I can certainly write an entire book about self-loathing or gaslit to self-loathe. When you think telling someone that they suck, right? There's such thing as tough love, most certainly. And then there's such thing as gaslit to a point where you believe you are the problem, like the victim blaming. Victim blaming can be unintentional, where like if someone calls you stupid for a really, really long time, it no longer becomes that person is calling you stupid. You actually think you are stupid, right? So in a very championing way that I want to say, these are largely the reasons why you will hear me counter argue and constantly push back very aggressively on very specific, consistent wording of someone. Oftentimes when I speak, I like to balance the positive with the negative. So I've introduced a negative sentiment by saying that I've exercised an incredible amount of self-loathing when I was younger, to the point where I can no longer imagine loathing others because I hate it myself a lot more, right? Because of my conditions. And now I'm saying, because of that, I am the person I am today, which is a little bit of a balance, right? If someone is overtly negative and they constantly associate negative vocabulary with their diction, I would like to offer the counterbalance in order to maybe settle them down and try to bring a little brightness in their life, you know? I can already tell you're gonna like Koichi's interesting. Koichi's mnemonic and humor sometimes. Koichi. Oh yeah. Oh, it's Ko. Oh, I didn't realize he had a it's Koichi. Because it's this. He on the website there wasn't an accent mark here. Oh, his name is Koichi. Okay. Sometimes it's like a terrible stretch, which makes it funny and therefore memorable. So yes, I'm all for terrible stretches. In fact, I'm compositing it now, right? I'm compositing it now. So why is this mnemonic effective? It is effective. First of all, it's very interesting, right? It's maybe something that's, and the more out of the box, the more impressionable it is. However, Gecko, that doesn't mean you have to stop there. Sorry, I'm stealing the catch line. Stealing the catch line of a YouTuber that I watch a lot. It's a drawing YouTuber, and he would say something like, "Oh, imagine a plane, and this is how you draw and do shading like this. Easy, right? But why stop there?" And then his hand, like, you only see his hands, like, and then he just like goes crazy, and then he's like, "Okay, then you can do this and do this and do this, and then now you know." So for me, why stop there? You can add more to it. So that's kind of what I'm doing right now. Right? You get to know me a little bit more, and I hope other people get to be more participant in their mnemonics. You take someone's mnemonic, that's great. Take it to the next level. Get on my level. You know? No, I'm kidding. Glad to hear I'm feeling much better. Yeah, I am. It's a long time ago. One of the biggest, if I had to define like a top 10, like I know people like top 10s. One of the top 10 of this nebulous top 10 in no particular order, but within the top 10 is the ability to leverage and find acceptance of your past and connect it to your current present, so that the past is no longer something you dwell on or linger, while at the same time do one better, leverage the past and use it as a constructive part of your future and your present day. At most, the first step is great, which is the idea of demonstrating to yourself that you have accepted the past, as opposed to using the past to affect your present in a negative sense. However, you can also use the past to affect your present in a positive sense. That's like extracurricular. So that's usually how I go about when I share stories. Half my Duolingo learning experience deals with my path through English and then my path through Japanese. And when I learn a new Japanese vocabulary word, I attach a mnemonic to it. Right? So when I learn, I internalize it almost immediately. And I like how O is doing this, because now you have a starting material. However, I want to say sometimes you don't have to use rote learning ever. Like, what I mean is, you can be so filled with stories and so filled with a practical mnemonic composition and construction that most of the things you have, you no longer are reliant on someone else to provide context. you yourself is creative enough to go about it. It's sometimes, you're feeling lazy, like, that's too much effort. Then go to the tools. And then those tools will help you build a foundation when your energy might be low, right? The nice thing about tools is they lower the barrier so that you can still get in your study practice or learning when you're down, right? But when you're not down, I'm usually like moving on like all cylinders at the same time. So I totally understand the deficiency of certain language learning tools to not provide context, be it a story, a conversation, something that you can stick to a lot more. A conversation is far more developed than a mnemonic story. However, the story can eclipse a conversation if the conversation is too trite, right? So, in essence, being creative and being able to connect it to yourself, that's where the neuronal pathways get reinforced. And you might be thinking I'm stalling on my lesson, but it is going to be very hard moving forward if I don't already do this. Like, I do this all the time. If I'm not saying anything, I'm still doing it. Like, I'm still thinking about it in my head, right? You'll see them pop up in mnemonic stories too, usually to remember Ko's readings. Oh, intriguing. Cheeky. Very cheeky. So here's the thing about Duolingo, right? I think if I had to contrast, Duolingo, what they were trying to do was they were trying to create personas with their voice, their synthetic voices. And yes, I get it. The synthetic voice is not natural, etc. Like, what I mean is you can nitpick that kind of thing. However, you have to understand that if you're seeing a real person telling their story, that takes time also. And then also, would you want Ko to like voice all of this, right? So in Duo, they focus on creating attachments to the characters. Now the thing is, the lessons are not all created equal. It would be fantastic if the lesson somehow frames around it. So they do create stories, but the stories, their effort is deviated. The Japanese stories do tend to try to characterize the characters, the non-existent characters at the moment, right? Their cast, what I mean is non-existent in the sense of certain courses do not have the TLC of the Spanish course, but at some point you find an attachment to a entity that is fully voiced in any way they want. And that's kind of their vision too. So here it's awesome to get to know something about Ko, right? And it's one of my favorite parts about playing video games and learning. I think life in general, it's awesome. It's a privilege to get to learn about people through their work, directly from them, etc. I play video games predominantly for that. I know it sounds like a lot of people play things predominantly to entertain themselves. I have enough entertainment in my life. I think finding the quirks in design, what have you, products, experiencing products, these are products that other people made to sell, but technically when you buy it, it's for you. So it's a projection of themselves, not necessarily a pandering to you, but a best attempt to offer what they want. And I like unapologetic products. Of course, nowadays, most products are targeted based on like objective metrics and whatnot. And that kind of sometimes bleed the developers out, like the personality. And I think WaniKani is brimming with personality. And I really love that. Duolingo does have quite a lot of personality too. The caveat about Duolingo's extra personality is it's uneven, right? It's uneven. Since I was learning Japanese and Chinese, it's almost absent. However, it's extra as well. You go on Duolingo's like YouTube channel and you're like, yep. Now, one day I hope to see that personality translate into their product. For the time being, it doesn't. It's like one of the extra engagements, like Spanish or Vanish and what have you. It's Squid Game. I'm actually watching Squid Game 2 right now, the Korean the Korean sequel to Squid Game, right? Because of Duolingo, actually, a Duolingo collaboration. There are no character personas on WaniKani when it comes to voicing, but I do like that all vocab items, when you start getting into them in a few days, are voiced by real people. I see. It's a shame those real people are voice samples. But that I'll take it. I'll take it. Um, um, I have another digression, but we're not going to go into it. The idea that the difference is they're voiced by people. Like what I mean is the curation of Duolingo synthetic voices are people. People curated that. So they're still extensions of people. But I get what you mean by the whole real people. Like those voices came from real people. It's a little bit different because they're only voiced by real people. You don't get to know the people. You might get to know them through the characteristic of their tenor and their, like, if it's the same cast of people, you'll get really familiar with like how comforting maybe the tonality and the intonation of, and not used in the same way as Japanese people's intonation, but the English intonation, where like their tenor and their nature of the quality of their voices. The thing I was talking about when it comes to personas, right? No access to personas. Hopefully maybe we get to learn a little bit about those people. No spoil. Oh well, you could spoil this if we get to learn about those people. It didn't cite on the WaniKani website who the people were. So, I'm actually, that's news to me that the pronunciation is coming from people other than Ko and Viet, right? Viet Hoang, yeah, Viet Hoang. So that's interesting. I wonder where they got the credits for the people who are speaking. That's interesting. Okay, anyways. Okay. Imagine her cheating on the test. So someone I loathe, that's kind of hard to imagine, but we'll say someone I disagree with. Okay, someone I strongly disagree with. Imagine someone I strongly disagree with, and imagine her cheating on the test. It's important it's a girl because of her she part in she cheated. Then imagine your happiness when she's super upset about getting 7% on it. Serves her right, obviously. This doesn't resonate with me at all. And you know what? That's probably the reason why I'm going to end up remembering this story, because it doesn't resonate with me. It's something very someone else. Things that resonate with me can be memorable, but at the same time, it could be very mundane and forgettable. So this actually might stick out a lot more. Usually, I don't. Usually, I would say this is not a learning lesson, and then this is like a self-righteous feeling. I would be upset that she cheated in the first place, and then she was upset. Nevertheless, it's just another person being upset, as opposed to like constructively learning. She did not constructively learn anything, and I didn't learn anything more about myself, other than maybe I'm a little bit petty by being happy that someone who is possibly disagreeable to you also had something bad happen to her, which is a wrongdoing, but two wrongs don't make a right kind of deal. Interesting. It's I could say without a doubt though, from a decorum based face culture thing, it's very just. That's a very normalized behavior. Like if you obey rules, right? Like for example, extended Chinese culture. if everyone's obeying the rules and someone is clearly not obeying the rules, it serves them right to be punished for not obeying the rules. For myself, I'm a bit of a mixed value system. So I see someone cheating as an opportunity to get them to appreciate what it's like to not cheat. And then that has an opportunity to demonstrate a camaraderie between the two people. So if you dislike this person, being able to demonstrate the value of not cheating by helping them may make them less loathable. Here's a glimpse of the vocabulary you will be learning in the future. So we have, what did they got? Cheat? Oh no, nanatsu. Nanatsu and nanoka. Okay. Alright. We still got 10 more or something, right? So we gotta skedaddle a little. Sorry. I get so caught up in new experiences. Person is person. Got it. Remember how the radical version of this kanji meant person? Because it's a person walking to the side with their arms down, yeah. Well, this is a person too. Know the radicals and you shall... Oh, I like the beginning ones, right? We kind of anticipate this. So we have nin and jin. Got it. Nintendo. Oh, Nintendo. Only one person at Nintendo complained about the new jeans policy, and that person was me? Oh, what's the new jeans policy? Imagine how angry you were about the policy. You'll have to come up with something to be angry about yourself. Pick something that would actually make you angry. Like maybe you're only allowed to wear cut off short jeans at Nintendo now. Oh, okay, that's a little bit disagreeable. I am not one to procure jeans, so I would have to buy jeans, and I'd probably buy the full jeans and then cut them off myself. Ooh, that's a little bit disagreeable. But if you pick something good, you'll definitely remember the two meanings for this. Just remember you're working at Nintendo. I'm not sure about working for Nintendo either. And the policy has something to do with jeans. I like it. Then imagine yourself as the only person complaining. That's kind of hard to imagine. And everyone else in their dumb jeans or lack thereof shaking their head at you because you're being a fool. Oh, that's interesting. I'd rather play the fool than be a follower sometimes, right? What was that quote before? Where it's different than being the fool. It's different than being a fool, thinking you know what's going on, than playing the fool and know what's going on, right? Or something to that aspect. So, that's interesting. So Nintendo and jeans. Honestly, I have a hard time imagining a jean policy in Japan. In a workplace. I'm not so sure about a corporate policy on jeans in Japan. That's right now. It's very memorable though. It's very memorable, but it's very, well, what's the lack of a better word? It's very Americanized for a Japanese reference. Like what I mean is, Nintendo, right? Nintendo is a Japanese corporation, and it's hard for me to imagine people even wearing jeans like normally in the workplace. I usually find salaryman, right? Salaryman, in like suits and stuff, or at least some sort of cotton or polyester pants, something formal, without like denim everywhere. And then jeans thing is very synonymous with my American culture roots. So that's really funny. And for the record, I don't wear jeans. I usually wear chinos. Right? The disrespect of pulling up in chinos. Yeah. Yeah, I usually wear like chinos for the most part. If not like a softer denim that is like really flat pleated with no like lines that, so very very soft lines, something that is a little bit more agreeable. Jeans are a little restrictive too. Here's the thing though, I am guilty of wearing like synthetic uh synthetic material as well. So uh, I could replace jeans with joggers, but then the whole mnemonic falls apart. What would be a mnemonic that connects nin and jean? Hmm. When people think ninja is ninjin, that would be a very simple one. When someone goes around being a buffoon and call ninjas ninjin, which is kind of funny if you think about it. It's nin in nin, and instead of ja, which actually is a person, by the way. Like the character for ja is, or like would be placed on ja, would be something that represents like a person of that. But if you replace it with jin, which is person, then you got ninjin, which you immediately all I have to do is think about a ninja, and I know ninjin, which is the two reads for person. So a person, imagine a ninja, ninjin. At least that's probably where I would go for my personal mnemonics. But we're gonna stick with this because there's a chance they might develop on top of this Nintendo shenanigans. So we got to get a little bit more connected with Ko here. Hito. So Hito, neither Nin or Jin, or actually you could read this as Nin. Less so Jin, but Nin you can read this as the counter Nin. Futari and Hitori. Okay, all right, let's do our quiz. Right, we're on this. So what does the quiz ask us? Is it in English? Yeah, we're doing English. For a moment there, I almost typed ground. Oh, the kanji read now. Okay. Oh, and they have a built-in. Nice. Do we just pick either or? Did you know this has multiple? Yes, I do. Are we supposed to type both of them? Huh. Can we put a comma? And just type both of them for review sake? We'll have to try that, huh? What happens when I click on this? I actually haven't clicked on this. Reading, okay, Q. Oh, there's Kokono. And there's no Nanori. Yeah, okay, the cookie thing. Okay. Intriguing. Kanji meaning. Oh man, I gotta read now. Unless it's always in the same order. I gotta read now to make sure it's actually I have a really terrible habit of skipping over stuff. Joggers are the way to go, but chinos would do for formality. Yeah. So where I wear chinos, or actually Sub-Zero. By the way, because of the weddings I had to go to this year or last year, sorry. It's 2025 now. Womp womp. Because of last year, 2024, I had to go to 2 weddings. You can actually buy performance chinos and performance dress pants. So I invested in a couple performance dress pants. So now you can feel like you're wearing joggers while they look like dress pants. So I just thought I'd let it out. They're really expensive now though. Yeah, performance chinos have been around for some time, but they caught on. So now, like for example, sounds like a fancy word for joggers. Exactly, right? So I bought a one way back. I might have already said this story. I bought one way back like 4 years ago when these things were catching on, and now they are 3 times the price. So I bought one on discount for like $40, and they're listed as $170. And then, you know, you factor in the discount and you might get it down to like 120. Yeah, so performance dress clothes are a really real thing. And they're wonderful. I bought a new pair of dress pants. They're kind of like twill gray, and they feel fantastic. It's practically a jogger with like extra pockets and all that with material. So investing in one is great. Was gonna guess Uniqlo is who's selling them, but maybe now that you mentioned the price, no, it's not. It's boutique. It's boutique style stuff. So it's ranging from like MSRP is like $200. it was on sale though, so it's perfectly all right. You know, like it's a pants that it's a pants that's gonna last forever. So, or like as long as I don't become fat and out of shape and gain like 40 pounds or something like that, I think we're pretty fine. My waistline hasn't changed in the since I was like 14 years old. So I think we're okay. You're just supposed to type one of them in that case. However, it does have to be a primary reading for WaniKani. A reading you learn with a kanji, not a reading you learn later in a vocab item. Okay. And then if you still do that, they will not count it as a mistake and ask you again. Oh, nice. Meaning reading order in the quizzes is randomized. Thanks for that clarification. So I have to be vigilant. Hear me out here. I'll reveal something embarrassing that is a great learning experience. Is that I have once in my life lost a significant number, like a significant percentage of the point on an assignment because I didn't read what the assignment was asking. Now hear me out. I did actually answer the assignment's prompt, but then I went on, but it was an indirect answer to it because I didn't read the prompt properly. So from that learning lesson from then on, that one very specific time in my life, I try not to. Occasionally it does happen though, like things this simple, right? Like it just says kanji meaning. The harsher, like the less instructions you get, the more likely I end up having that habit, that human condition, like, oh, I know what to do. We've done this a million times. And then you realize, wait a minute, I just spent the last 30 minutes answering a question that it didn't even ask. And I'm like, oh wait, oh no. And then you panic, right? You panic, and then you're like, you spent half your test time answering the question in a manner that you're not supposed, like it didn't even ask for. That's happened multiple times. And I think you might say, oh, maybe you have an attention deficit or maybe like something like that. It can happen even for like sustained attention. It actually happens to me a lot more frequently than I would like to admit, where like I would be answering a question and then I would suddenly be answering a different question in the middle of the answer, and I realized I've forgotten what the original question was. And that's a very strong learning lesson when it comes to taking exams and quizzes and whatnot. They usually catch it if you type the meaning in place of the reading or the other way around. Then you can correct it and reflect on your inability to read instructions properly. Yeah, Sub-Zero. This is one of those things. Hear me out. Sometimes humans do be humans, okay? So I like to share these stories because I want to really emphasize that it's not the end of the world. And in the end, you can laugh about it, you can learn from it. I totally have gotten a 0 out of 20 before on an exam question. I lost all 20 points, which is 1/5 of the exam prompt, because I ran on a rant about caloric deficits and the theories behind caloric respiration, like cellular respiration, and its connection with oncology when it had nothing to do with it. They simply asked, "What would you do provided this file, like provided this observation?" And they basically said, like, someone hear me out. Someone got full credits by saying, "Oh, just burn your steak and eat lots of burnt steak." And I'm like, "Oh my goodness." Like, I went through an entire rant, and it was because I was reading about caloric restriction, the theory behind caloric restriction, because of my study and my interest in oncology, right? How like, and then I related to cellular respiration. So I was like, you're writing. I'm like, yeah, I'm just writing. Like, this is very, this is conceptual and stuff. And meanwhile, the question was asking, so what shouldn't you do, knowing that the following observation, cellular respiration could potentially produce oxygen radicals that may downstream cause mutations that may inevitably support oncogenic transformation. Like, so someone just wrote, well, you just don't eat a lot of burnt steak, forehead, 20 points. And I'm on like the train of a whole like 3-paragraph talk about potentially like weighing the facts of caloric restriction and how cellular, and I lost all the points. It doesn't, like, if you couldn't follow any of that, like, what does cellular respiration caloric restriction have to do with the reduction in super radical production, like super oxygen, like radicals in your body, and how that leads to DNA damage, that leads to oncogenic transformation? That's perfectly all right. The point was, I literally went unhinged and spent too much time explaining something when clearly I did not read the instructions of the question. It happens even when you know a lot. Like, if you know more, oftentimes, if you know more, you tend to, the phrase I would use in science to describe this, and it's my learning lesson in one of my first years, like my early years in graduate school. The phrase that most people would use, in my case, or I would use when someone is explaining something to me, is called beyond the scope. So if you ever catch me saying this to someone who randomly drops in and, writes a monolithic essay, like a video comment on a YouTube short, the answer, the response in a professional way or in professional writing, in my opinion, when it comes to like concluding results and stuff, is we could acknowledge that these things exist. However, these comments and research is beyond the scope of what we're talking about here, right? And I did that so much when I went from undergrad to graduate school. Like, how do you know when you're going beyond the scope of what is being asked, what is being instructed, and then how much is too little? Like, it's not detailed enough, right? It's often either beyond the scope, you've gone too far, my buddy. Reel it back in. Be a little bit more concise. Don't lose sight of the prompt, right? And then there's also too harsh, as in you're using too many generalities. Generalities. That's kind of like my word of 2024. Generalities. It's different from generalizations. I really loved an essay that I read about the difference between generalization and a generality. Like, for example, people get bored of the things they do often. That's a generality instead of a generalization. Generalities are things that are closer or more akin to stereotypes. There are evidence and numbers that promote these generalities. Generalization is when you make something that's theoretical or something that may be erroneous or likely to be erroneous. Like, all fish loves looking at their owners in a fish tank. That's a generalization, right? Anyways, fun. You had a similar experience, Sub-Zero, just recently? Something along the words of, explain how you would create a system where blah blah blah. No, you do not need to know to draw. You do not need to draw the system, as I've already spent a lot of time drawing. Yeah. Yeah. Questions counted for like 2% of the exam score, and it was supposed to be a short answer. Exactly. I was that guy, like, back in high school, right? Back in high school, they would give you like an hour exam for something that took me 10 minutes to complete, right? So, hear me out. This is what happens when you're a high functioning person. Instead of saying, I'm going to turn in my exam with the 10 minutes and then use my 50 minutes to do whatever I wanted to do, I ended up using that extra 50 minutes to write unnecessary details beyond the scope answers to the rest of the exam. So I did that because no harm, no harm, no foul, right? No harm, no foul. However, when you become smarter, quote unquote, smarter, so you go to college, soon you can still do that. Most college exams took like about an hour, and I would spend like 30 minutes, like half the time, right? So I would still kind of do that. Then it got harder and harder. And what happened was this habit that I spent early childhood where people didn't make any remark. In fact, they were encouraging this. You know, as a kid, you're encouraged to embellish and expand, but I missed the boat. I missed the train when people told me I'm being too verbose, or I keep talking in excess. You know, in early stage as a developing adolescent, you kind of want adolescents to be encouraging them to be incredibly involved in their stuff. And eventually, when you get to like grad school and stuff, you realize that there's a balance to it. You can't just unhinge yourself at the first opportunity and imagine it being sustainable, nor relatable or instructional. So one of the biggest problems, or quote unquote problems as in standardization, one of the standardizations I failed substantially is being concise while not going beyond the scope of the people you're talking to. So that is a natural form of learning how to write professionally and speak professionally. There is an act of understanding how you write and express that's appropriate. You can talk at length if you match the energy and match the linguistics or the pattern, right? Not necessarily linguistics, because that would involve studying, but like you, through experience, you can intuit your writing process and your speaking process, or you can choose to study it if you want, like in linguistics and pattern recognition stuff. That's perfectly fair. Most of my speaking and writing has come from experience in a field and whatnot. And this stuff changed my perspective, right? I sounded like a robot. Like so many language learners that I've met so far, you know, in my 300 days or so of language learning, I think greater than a 50% of the Japanese language learning peeps that I've had are either people who decided to stay tarsh and or hyper verbosity, like hyper verbose most of the time. So you got your technicians, the people who specialize but did not develop their communication style yet, and then those who started with a lack of communication style and continue to persist in that communication style. So the reason why this seems like a double standard is largely when, as a child, you actually start here, and then you become here if you so choose, right? And then overcompensation for being tarsh is a way to separate themselves a lot of times. And I was here. I was hyper verbose. So I've already met a couple of people who were talking in this way, I literally had a debate or disgruntled nature with this person. So when I was matching that person's energy, I was kind of laughing to myself a little bit at myself because I used to really sound like this. And I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing as long as you are around the appropriate audience. However, if you are interested in teaching someone something, you have to understand their cadence and their understanding. Being appropriate in speech and writing is very important. So sometimes I feel like when you're learning another language, you kind of lose sight of that quite often. Where when someone says something like, oh, this is this, but you know it's also this and that. And of course, there are exceptions like this and that. I'm not saying you, Gecko. I think we have a. I don't want to make it sound like I'm attacking Gecko or something because Gecko just coincidentally happened to do something like this. I'm talking about like hyper technical, like super hyper technical, that is way beyond the scope of it. Like someone, if I'm using Duolingo, someone will tell me all the intricacies of like another service. And my thought was, well, that's nice that you like the service. Can you like dumb it down for me? Because I have no, like, go back to the beginning. Like I have no idea what the service even does, right? That kind of thing. It's like, well, you don't need to know that. And like, well, I don't know if I don't need it if you didn't tell me yet. And that's basically go all the way back to my exam question thing. When someone asks a question, do you understand what they're asking first? Like you have to ascertain what the question is. If you don't understand what the question is, ask for clarity, right? Like, do you have any tips for language learning? And my first question is, oh, I have a lot of questions. Let's clarify what they mean by tips. Do you mean like what do you mean by tips, right? It can mean so many things. And that's when I started learning how to understand that I talk way too much unrelated things. Now I talk way too much most of the time. However, there are constantly going back. So whenever I get too far away, I relate it back. Too far away, relate it back. So all my seminars and whatnot now does that. I separate them into sections. I do something that's very close, relatable, then something of my personal meandering, which takes us far away. I double back and wrap it up. And then I constantly do that for every section in order to keep myself from going beyond the scope of something while also reeling it back so that wherever the starting position is the relatable position. Then you have like a spectrum of order. And that came from, you know, years of writing and speaking and teaching in all sorts of formats. I still do that sometimes. It can get too far to the point where it dilutes your answer to the actual question. Yeah, I did that so much in my early days. It doesn't mean that I didn't know the material. It was highly unfocused. I think the word that I get all the time is it's very unfocused, as in it's focused on something, but it's not focused on the task. It may sound like a provocative, succinct story or narrative. However, it does not address the finer points or the exact point of the task. What's risky about it too is that if you go on a ramble and it turns out that something you mentioned is false, yeah, you're more likely. The more you speak and the more you go beyond the scope of something, there is a high propensity to make potential errors, which would deflate and discredit you even more. And you're taking unnecessary risks by going beyond the scope. Absolutely. But it isn't actually correlated to the question being asked. You risk losing points that you otherwise wouldn't lose if you keep your mouth shut and only answer the question. Exactly. Yep. But like you, I've always done it too. Perhaps in hopes that the prof will give points for your other knowledge just by being... They do. as well. I was so I give enough extra. You see what I mean, Sub-Zero? So I touch. Here's me. Wait. Here's the line, right? And here's beyond the scope. And beyond the scope, now I qualify individualism. Individualism. And then we have communal. Communal, like collective knowledge, right? And then this is the line. So I'm here, right? But when I do a test or when I'm answering a question, I just tiptoe, tiptoe, tiptoe. I touch this and then I hop right back. So, like for this instance, when I'm talking about the mnemonic, I'm reading the mnemonic, right? I'm reading like Nintendo, right? Nintendo and jeans, right? However, I've already stored up something that I'm gonna introduce myself. Ninjin, right? So the idea is I tiptoe, go beyond the scope, and then I come back. And then now these two things are attached for me. So most of this stuff, whenever I say I have a back pocket story, it's usually slightly going beyond the scope of the intention. And what happens now is most of the stuff that I introduce is likely to contain something that's communal and something that you'll remember me by, or at least I'll remember myself by. So now I do both. I do the both worlds thing. And I'm willing to go as far as taking the risk of losing points. So the stuff that I choose to go beyond the scope are the stuff that I know I'm willing to risk the points because they're worth it. So that's how I picture mnemonics. When someone gives you a mnemonic, you take a chance at your own mnemonics. They might not work out. You never know. And it's a risk that you want to take because it's a balance of both. And that's kind of my natural tendency these days. Basically moderation of everything, right? They usually catch it. Okay. In my opinion, it's healthy to be able to laugh about most things. I wouldn't say all. Absolutely. No all or nones. Of course. Hello, Blair. By the way, evening, Blair. But all definitely must. Especially when it comes to oneself. Yeah. This is definitely your natural tendency when talking about a subject that interests me. But I hope I have learned to restrain myself enough to not be an annoyance to my interlocutors. Interesting. I guess interlocutors. I'm gonna have to adapt that word. Yeah, so this is a very relatable thing. I don't think you have to be intentionally like genetically high functioning. I think the internet has classically done this. Right? The internet has now exacerbated this behavior. So being hyper technical and having a quote unquote natural tendency, a conditioned tendency, is hyper exaggerated. And when you find a truly high functioning person, that person is struggling with mania all the time. Like a sudden urge to compulsively alienate people. If you have like, don't self-diagnose, obviously, seek a professional and to have a out third-party opinion on this. However, if you find that you are chronically in a vicious cycle of being hyper compulsive in doing what I am describing in a more practical sense, like going beyond the scope, feeling detached and hyper curious, but at the same time incredibly lacking emotional intelligence, and you're in a vicious cycle of not being able to develop a emotionally balanced approach to developing emotional intelligence, it can be a vicious prison. So being interested in speech coaching or something to make connections with your emotional state can possibly extend to another person's emotional state. Being brilliant and high functioning makes one kind of naturally detached from thinking that emotional intelligence is could be helpful to one's own health, right? And myself, I was part of that. Like, and cue the self-loathing thing. The self-loathing thing deals with that solitary thought, right? How much I know, I only care about what I know. If I'm right, it doesn't matter if other people know it's wrong, or they need to know what my feelings are. They just need to exist but not bother me. That's my teenager self, in order to attempt to cope with what's going on around me. Like, think all the things I don't have control over, they don't mean anything to me, right? I know this sounds incredibly almost like a bit of a sociopath. It's not that clean. However, the idea is, when I look at my younger self, that is how extreme I think of my younger self, and that's to demonstrate a level of contrast with who I am today after going through multiple decades of constitutively and obligatorily interacting with other brilliant minds, right? Brilliant minds that clearly dwarf my competence in so many realms of speech, specialty, and it was great. It was a great humbling experience. And what's fantastic about humbling experience is it gets you excited to be understanding that you still have a lifetime to learn new things. Humbling experiences are fantastic because it gives you the feeling that there's more to learn, right? As opposed to someone who is constantly be within themselves and reject anything that challenges their level of competence. That's why I like to thank the people around me when I was in graduate school. Those are the situations, right? Disagreements, discussions, and peer reviews. Those are the things that humble oneself so that a learning can be exciting again. Even learning English again, learning Japanese is a humbling experience. Chinese is a humbling experience. Not due to the sense of anger, arrogance, and confidence. I think a lot of times when people say humbling experiences, it's more like picturing someone who's arrogant and overconfident, like a monolingual person who suddenly struggles with Chinese and Japanese, and then someone says, "Oh yeah, see, you're not so good at language learning." That's not what I mean by humbling experience. I decided to voluntarily learn Japanese because I know that Japanese will inform me about how much I yet need to know about the richness of language learning, right? Because I haven't done language learning. So there was nowhere in my mind that I think, man, I'm so good with English. Japanese is going to be a cakewalk or something. Now, the opposite is also not great on paper. Someone who is inherently suffering from a reinforced imposter syndrome and or incredible low self-esteem, right? My self-esteem is built on the idea that I will be able to solve the problem. I will be able to make it work. Low self-esteem, on the other hand, is one like, Japanese is too hard. I'm not going to even bother starting it. Even though I love manga, I love anime, I keep telling myself that I want to learn the Japanese language to understand it, but it's too hard for English speakers. That's what people say. So I'm not going to start. The other side of the coin, if you will. And then, from one side, right, we're describing one ends of the spectrum, and then you find where you are in the spectrum, and then how you push towards one or the other side in order to get yourself to learn Japanese. And here we are. You've been sucked into a Vocaloid rhythm game. Project Diva? Blair? It's not every day that someone picks up a Vocaloid rhythm game, so I'm gonna go with anything to do with Hatsune Miku. Itsune Miku. Or is it not Project Diva? Alright, we're going back. It's okay. I'm not slacking on my lesson. Shh. You're slacking. Okay. Alright. You know what's great about this design, though? It's High colorful stage the spinner. Oh, interesting. I'll have to check that out. You know what I like about this WaniKani system though? When you're typing meaning, when you're typing, it comes up with Roman characters, right? And then if you don't have an IME active, when they're asking for reads, when you start typing, you're gonna get hiragana, right? At least hiragana. So at least there's a failsafe for now. For now, anyway. High colorful stage, you say? Colorful stage, the spin-off. Have I ever? I guess I haven't shown any of you guys me playing Osu before, right? Although there are some videos of me training, you know. Oh, that's Miku. Yeah, it's the Vocaloid bank that deals with Miku. Yeah. Hatsune. Hatsune Miku. You want to try Os? Oh, okay. Maybe one day I'll bring it up. Do they have any WaniKani likes for Chinese? Not particularly. I've been looking for other I've been looking at the TOS for other stuff, and Do Chinese is pretty good. Shout out to Do Chinese, I suppose. And the Chairman Bao. The Chairman's Bao is what comes up commonly. However, their TOS is very nebulous, so I don't know if I'm gonna be able to. I would have to email these guys. They're both located. A lot of some of the faculty are located outside of China, so it produces a potential ability. WaniKani, actually, in their TOS, like their site TOS, it actually addresses content creation. So, and there's a mutual clause. There's a mutual clause that allow me, like, okay, well, if they find my videos and stuff, go right ahead. I'm not like monetizing it, right? Like, I'm not like going to sell a brand off their brand or something like that. So there's a mutual clause that's described in WaniKani's thing. These guys do not. So, but I think ultimately, if there's like a similar WaniKani experience, this one is newspaper articles only, actually, or like news coverage stuff. Like it's presented like a coverage story thing, and this one is closer. I would say this one's closer. There's also one called Hello Chinese, which is an app. So I've been looking into that too, to be able to answer questions like that. So possibly those. And Hanzi, yeah, Hanzi Hero as well. Exactly. And Hanzi Hero is very close in design to WaniKani. Actually, the approach. Yep. Hanzi Hero is a good one. Thanks for mentioning that, Gecko. I totally forgot about it. Hello there, Ern. Psk. Psk. Hello there, Turn. How are you? Yeah, and I have not tried it myself as well. I'm looking for another product in the future that if I contact the developers or something, maybe their principal company that owns their material doesn't have a beef with content creation, right? It's one of the things. So I can't really show that, but there are others that for Chinese Sub-Zero. Hanzi Hero did not come up on a lot of lists, but someone personally, Shady, mentioned Hanzi Hero. Oh, Project Sekai. Oh yeah, I think that's what they're doing. It's called Blair said Hi Colorful Stage, the spin-off. I'm not sure if that's related to Project Sekai, but immediately I thought of Project Sekai when I think of that. Oh, it is Project Sekai? Okay. Yeah, so it is. PJSK. Oh, I didn't even know that's how you abbreviate it. You played Osu for not that long. I see. Osu copyright stuff is probably why I don't play Osu very often anymore. Plus, I like the story elements of this game. Visual novels for the win. Yeah, yeah. Yep. Okay. All right. I promise I'll get through this lesson. I promise. The reading. Oh no. Oh no. I gotta prevent myself from writing Hito. So we gotta be careful here. I should play more Project Sekai. I haven't played in a while. You like the game because of the UI? The UI is wonderful, but it is a heavy game. Yeah, it is quite a heavy game. Actually, rhythm games in general that originate from a Japanese company tends to be kind of heavy. We're not talking about Just Dance, folks. Kidding. For the people who enjoy Just Dance, I can't groove like that. I'm just saying my hips don't move like that yet. And I'm not planning on changing that about my hips. Actually, my hips are fairly flexible, but not for dancing. But yes. I can excuse the fact that I'm playing a game instead of doing duo because the VAs are speaking Japanese. That counts, right? Listen, Blair, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but I literally have a friend who's played nearly 3,000 to maybe like 10,000 hours of OS, and they do not comprehend a single Japanese word in a written form. I'm kidding. Obviously, they did pick up phrases and whatnot, even without formal speaking, so that counts. You have never played Just Dance? If I had a VR set, I'd do Beat Saber. Me too. I would do Beat Saber for you guys if I had a VR headset and not like run my hand into a wall and stuff every 3 seconds. I was about to say, don't make me at you. I'm kidding. You want VR? Me want Beat Saber? Yeah, Beat Saber is a good one. Yeah. All right. Let's keep going. Kanji read. Okay. 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 All right. We did it. First completely blank. What do you mean by first completely blank? You bought GD and Adolphi on Steam is fun, but suck at it. I see. A Dance of Fire and Ice and which one's GD? What's the abbreviation for what does GD abbreviate? I bought a game a little bit back. You can probably see it in the video collection, but it's called Rhythm Sprout. Oh, Geometry Dash. That's right. Yeah, Geodash. What'd you call it? I bought a game called Rhythm Sprout. That was kind of a cute little game. It largely dealt with it was 2 input style. So it was kind of yay! We finished our first kanji lessons, our first batch of kanji lessons. You're heading off for the night? Yeah. Take care, Gecko. Sorry to hold you down, but when we're learning something, you gotta add more stories, right? Gotta hype it up. Hype it up. Okay, let's do our next set. And whenever I fall behind in lessons, I just have to blame everyone else. It's not my problem. I'm just saying. Kidding, kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Shh. Shh. Alright, enter. The kanji is composed of one radical. Can you know where the... Oh my gosh, enter is enter. Yes, I know. Enter is enter. Well, technically, maybe they'll note this. Let's see. The kanji and the radical are the same, so remembering the meaning of this kanji is as simple as making sure you know the radical for enter first. If you know the radical, you know this kanji means. We're starting to sense a pattern here of the first radicals they introduce, you know? The storyline I picked first is so sad. Oh yeah. Have you watched a YouTube channel called content creator? I'm not sure if she still continues to do things. I'm pretty sure she does. What's her name? It's not Kohaku, is it? No. Hold up. It is. Oh wait. I think. Oh, there's one lady that plays a lot of rhythm games, and she like evaluates rhythm games and stuff. And I saw her playing Project Sekai because she kind of became an authority on rhythm games. I don't remember her name. Old? Ah. She has wonderful covers if you're interested in video games and peripherals. She tests like peripherals and all that stuff too. What's her name? I'll have to find it for kind of tells you how long since the last time I've watched watch these watch this type of content. Dang it, I don't know. No, it's not that person. Oh, Tokaku. It was kind of close to Kohaku. Tokaku. Whoops. Hold up. Tokaku. Tokaku. Very, very wonderful person who evaluates who like an older-esque, very this person does like they test out like peripherals. They deliberately learn things like how to generate a PCB, design their own like peripherals, and it's a I think Tokaku is a really wonderful older perspective on like rhythm gaming, long rhythm gaming. So that would be someone you probably resonate with. I'm not sure if she has cats though. I could definitely picture her having cats, maybe multiple cats. She is a family person. So most of my like long-standing vloggers and whatnot, when they talk about like hobbies and stuff, tend to be like well-adjusted, family-oriented people. So then when they make commentary and stuff, they often talk about like the balance between like, oh yeah, I'm doing this and that. So kind of a resonating point. All right. So we're fine with this. When are our readings? New. This is new. This is new for me. New. Interesting. Turns out after you enter the TP, you'll remember that the radical is a TP with a big entrance to it. Yeah, you're given a new one. Now you have 2 TPs. That's a bit of a shit. Okay, imagine light turning on and flashing, an entire audience inside. Listen, the stuff writes itself, okay? The stuff writes itself. I'm for real though. Okay, you're at a game show, and the announcer announces the new TP in his announcing voice. Sorry, I just had to do it. Feel the surprise, feel the happiness, feel the excitement. A beautiful new TP is all for you. Okay, all right, I'm done. We're done with that. Okay, no more announcing voice. We're already struggling to keep our voice up today. All right. It's like, what is behind door number 1? An all new TP, valued at 1,000 USDs. Brought to you by available in a store near you. You know, announcer voice line with jazz hands. Yeah. An all new TP. Okay, all right, we're done. This is actually new though. Like, all puns intended, but this is new. I don't recognize this kanji as new yet, actually. So, okay, new TP. That's gonna be easy. We got it. Okay, yeah, like for example, this is probably hairu, right? Hairu, ireru, right? Ireru and iriguchi. So this is definitely new. This reading is a reading that I'm not familiar with. Takashi Castle. I watched. Did you watch the reboot of Takashi Castle, Cozy? I also watched the when they brought back Takashi Castle. I quite like it. Tadashi TP or Kaitai. Yes, I want a new TP too. Actually, hear me out. Yeah, it's Amazon paid for the resurrection airing Takashi Castle. I quite like it. It really had like a new age spin on Takashi Castle. Quite like it. I'm not sure if they're coming back for another season. Not sure yet. Valentine. What'd you call it? What was I gonna say? Oh, here's some of the things that I saw a parent do that is a great idea to get kids to like kind of hang out and whatnot, and new ideas so that maybe they don't like going outside or something. Buying camping stuff like TPs and stuff, right? Indoor stuff, you know, like transforming the room temporarily, really easy to set up, like beds and stuff. That's kind of cute. I really like that idea. And you know, you can still allow them with their iPads and all that stuff. However, you could like semi-bridge some interaction even within the house. Obviously, your house has to have a, you know, ability to do so, but where there's creativity, there's a way for temporary stuff. So whenever I think about like TPs, I think of like going to buy like one of those sphere star projectors for your kids' like bedrooms, and then buying like a makeshift easy to set up tent of some sort in the house, you know, for like a day or two for the novelty. Engage the little kiddos. Anyways, that's kind of what I thought about the moment. It's like, here's a new TP, and you know, that's what I thought. Anyways. Alright, let's keep going. 8. Fins. Oh, I'm ready to see this. I'm ready to see this. How are you going to connect this? This isn't exactly the same as Finn's radical, but it's close. Sometimes this will happen, where we have to use a slightly modified radical version of the original. Okay, so they do explain that. So it's good to understand that now, early on. In this case, we have fins. How many fins? 8 fins. Oh, okay. How do you know that? Because you caught 4 fish with 2 fins each. I'm gonna be real here. They're only referring to like the dorsal. I mean the anterior fins, right? When you see a side profile of a fisho, right? They're talking about these 2 fins. You know, the one in the back and these 2. But come on, there are 4. You only need 2 fish. Biblically accurate 8th fin. but you know, we got the dorsal fin, and then we got the posterior fin, and then 2 anterior fins, right? So technically we I don't know, 2 fish works too. You know, knee fish, right? Knee fish, right? So if you need fish, catch at least 2 fish, so you have 8 fins. Bam. Mic drop. I mean pen drop. That's it. We're done. I'm out. I'm kidding. But they're referring to the anterior fins. It actually took me a while to imagine. I was like, wait a minute. Because they're referring to this radical. I'm like, wait a minute, that's 1 fin. At first, I'm like, that's 1 fin. What are you talking about? And then I was like, oh, right? Oh, the 2 on the sides. The 2. I was picturing the dorsal fin. So my thought was it's the thing on the back, the dorsal. But yeah. Okay, this is going deep now. All right. So catch 4 fins with 2 fins each. Yeah, I got it. I got you, boo. Count the fins out in front of you all the way from 1 to 8. I'll help you if you actually do this. Oh, it'll help. I was like, I'll help? It'll help if you actually do this. Now, smell each fin and think, wow, I have to smell all 8 of these. Yes, you do. All 8 fins. That's a little bit lewd, isn't it? Yeah, you love these mnemonics? You can also join me in these mnemonics, you know? Hachi. Okay, Hachi is fine. So that's Onyomi. Hachi. Is Hachi? Huh. Wait. 8, 8, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And Hachi? Hachi. That's a bit of a stretch too. After you count and smell 8 of your fins, it's time to put them away. You open a large hachi and put them in. This is where you keep your fins. Always putting in 8 at a time because that's what the boss said. 8 hachi. 8 fins into the hachi. Wow. You've asked him why you can only put 8 fins at a time in the hatch, but he never wants to answer. What could be down in the hole that the hatch covers? Why is there a hatch at all? What's with numbers and hatches being mysterious? Oh, this better connect with a different mnemonic. I better see the mnemonic connect further. I'm telling you. Oh, Ko better own up to this mystery. So we have Hachi and Hatsu. No. Yotsu. No. Oh yeah, Yatsu. Oh no. Oh no, you suck. Satsu as well. I think that's just Hatsatsu. Yeah. Oh no, Yatsu. Oh boy. Okay, power. What about power? Strength and other meaning, strength and ability. Okay. Okay. Oh, there's a separate. Okay. The rako and the meaning of this kanji are the same. Both are power. Listen, in case no one understands, to pronounce this, it's power. Okay? Power. Alright? We gotta keep in mind. No one pronounces this power. Okay? It's power. Okay? Power. I'm just saying. If I catch you guys pronouncing this power, I'm gonna correct you. Alright? If you know the radical, you should be feeling fine. No, you should feel powerful. You know? Powerful. None of that were. Who needs were? Okay, so what are the onyo means for this? Oh no. Ryoku. Oh no, I don't know Ryoku. And then Riki? Riki and Ryoku. Oh no. This is I have to pay attention here. Okay. Who has the most power of anyone? It's the Power Rangers. That's a bit of a stretch. They are battling their arch enemy, Ricky. Who the heck is Ricky? I was thinking maybe it was the Green Ranger's name. Is it? Is it a Green Ranger? They probably made him a Green Ranger. If there is a Ricky. Ricky sounds like a Green Ranger situation. It's not the original Green Ranger. But is there even a Ricky? I refuse to believe they haven't used the common name Ricky in a Power Ranger series. Oh, there is a Ricky but that's not the Ricky that I thought. No. Okay. So no Ricky in the Power Rangers. It's fine. Oops. This is the part where it started to throw you off. Hey, Marks. Yes, it's WaniKani. Thanks. They are battling their arch enemy, Ricky. They defeat him and lock Ryoku him up. Udok. Oh, Ryok. Oh, okay. Ryok him up. Ryok him up so that he can't hurt anyone ever again. I see. No, anyone named Riki, even a famous person like Ricky Ricardo or Ricky Gervais. Wow. Wow, those are I mean, they both happen to be comedians per se. But, you know, really long, different time frame. Surprisingly, I know both of them. Yeah. Imagine that person's face on the monster the Power Rangers are fighting. Alright, that's gonna be hard. Let me think about it for a moment. Okay. Alright. Now imagine the Power Ranger locking him up. Okay, locking him up. He looks much less scary once he's locked up. Ew, okay. This one's a little... Okay, this one's a little... That's a little far. Okay, so Power Rangers. All right. Power Rangers. Looking Ricky up. Okay. All right. I got nothing. This is far out there. We're good. We're good. I got you, Ko. I got you, Ko. Okay. So, but what is power? Of course, it's Chikara. Of course, they're gonna write it as Chikara. Wow. Okay. All right. All right. Oof. That's gonna take a while. I don't know how long it's gonna take to come back full circle on the kunyomi, but ooh, that's a little tough. What is physical power? I think Valentine used this once. Okay. Tairoku. And full effort. Zen. Oh yeah, we can read this. Zen. Ryok. Okay, so they use ryok in these two. So just Tai ryok, and Tai makes sense. We know Tai and we know Zen. But then it's just Chikara. Oh no. Okay, 10. 10 is straight up, right? The cross is a symbol for 10. A good way to remember this is think about all the religions that have crosses. And also important sets of 10. If you're familiar with Christianity, they have a cross and 10 commandments. Oh. Nice. Cross equals 10, you see. Nice. Honestly, that's... Alright, I got you. I got you. I'm trying to think of something from like Shintoism or Confucianism or Buddhism with 10. The sutras? No. I have to come back to it. The 10 commandments work. I mean, sorry folks. I was raised in the United States, so this kind of flows fairly okay. Jew. Okay, it's still Jew. This cross in particular has 10 jewels on it. Okay, all right. 2 on each arm and 2 in the middle. That's 10 jewels. Whoa, wait. Oh, okay. So they're talking about these are the arms. Okay. And then there are 8 arms. I see. I see. Okay. I'm like, what are you talking about? There's only 1, 2 arms. Okay. You know what this reminds me of? Something from Indiana Jones. It's fine. Alright, we'll go with it. Picture the jewels on this cross. Maybe draw it out on a piece of paper so the visual really sticks. Yeah, that's what I was doing. Each cross is really a symbol for different sets of 10 things, and in this case, it's 10 jewels. Jewels. Okay. Right? Yeah, Jew. Go Jew. And Juroku. Okay. Sun. Kanji is composed of ground and... Oh. Not quite. But I see it now. I see. So the ground, they did count the bottom as the ground and the other 2 as... Okay. This kanji is made up of the ground radical, which also happens to be the kanji for 1, and the radical for 2, which combine 1 and 2 together. And what do you get? 6? You get 3 ground. Obviously, 3 ground floors. Or 3 levels, right? 3 grounds. There are 3 grounds, right? 1 ground, 2 ground, 3 ground. Okay. This one should be pretty self-explanatory. Even easier, you can look at this kanji and see it has 3 straight lines. You know what? You know what one looks like? The straight lines? You know what 2 looks like, so this is 3. Okay, fair enough. Oh, that's what they meant. Okay, sun. Yep. Sun is the 3 is the 3 is the number of chances you get with Santa-san. Oh my gosh, of course. Santa-san. He has a list. When you get to 3 naughty things, lines, 3 naughty things, lines, that is, you're on Santa-san's 3 strikes and you're out list. Is that a thing? I don't remember that being a thing. Do Santa-san give you 3 chances? I don't know my Santa Claus lore here. Picture Santa-san sitting at his desk at the North Pole, eating. Oh, I was gonna make it like a cookies, and marking ichi, ni, then finally san lines next to names. Once the I don't know what the counter for lines are. Do we use like mai? Sanmai lines? Up here. The kid doesn't get presents anymore. Yikes. That sounds devastating. San, Mitsu, and Sanin. It's just Sanin, right? Yeah. All right. Okay, I actually have to go back through this because enter is new because of TP, right? Enter new TP. That's actually kind of right. And then we have 8 fins, and you throw the 8 fins in a hachi. Power Rangers, Dicky, and Doc. Docking Dicky away, right? 10 jewels on a cross. You saw the other day wires were hon, but I am now curious if that applies to lines as well. Oh, it's hon for the counter. Oh, interesting. It could be. I was using mai for flat things, or I think. Hold up, I gotta make sure. Yeah, thin flat objects. So I pictured a line being flat or something, maybe. Okay, so cross jewels, and then sun is Santa, right? Santa. Okay. I'm already shorthanding this. So enter is probably the weirdest one for me right now. New. EP new. Hachi. And then the Power Ranger one. Oh no. Okay, let's go. So meaning. Reading. Hachi. Kanji reading. Oh, I like how they color coded it too. So I forgot to notice that it's color coded. Kanji is always that darker backdrop. Right. New TP. I mean, sorry. Okay. I guess we can pick whichever. We'll use Riki. Kanji meaning. I have to double check because there is a chance I might type. I have to double check if it's the onyomi that they listed is the most common read that I'm using. Because it might not be the most common mean. We'll use the other one now. What was the other one? Roku. Oh, meaning. Whoops. It's still power. But they also suggested strength and ability. Yeah. Jewels. Right. Jewel. Okay. I guess it's still enter. We got one more batch. I think we have to like speed it up slightly. We're having too much fun. Maybe I'll substitute Japanese. No. I have to go to the airport tomorrow. I have to take have to accompany my parents to the airport tomorrow. So today's lesson might not be. We might skip one of the lessons and we'll just push it off, right? It's probably the Chinese lesson because I have to do the Japanese review. So we'll stick with Japanese today. That's probably how we're gonna do it. And then all the review days are gonna be the days that we'll do both lessons. That's I'm still filling out the schedule. Let's see. Construction is construction. Okay. The construction radical and the construction kanji are the same. The kanji also means industry. I'm familiar with that as well. Actually, that's I think that's possibly transferable to Chinese. Which is what construction is if you think about it. It's all part of the construction industry. Know your radicals, okay. Solid. Oh, there's Koichi. Already. Okay, so ko and ku. Ko and ku. Every time a kanji uses the ko reading, there are a lot. Yes, there are a lot. We'll use the character Koichi. He's one of the people who started this website, so we'll do our best in the mnemonics to embarrass him as much as possible, like this. Wait, is Ko writing about himself, or is this Viet that's writing, or is it someone else entirely? Is Ko writing about himself in the third person? You see some construction in front of you. There, standing shirtless, only suspenders and a hard hat. Okay. Is Koichi. Okay. Looking back at you. Okay, so construction and Koichi. Okay. Fair enough. Ko. Koku. Koku is a pretty cute a cute pet name for Koichi, honestly. If Koichi as a construction worker somehow doesn't make your legs tremble, that's okay. Just make sure you take the story to a ridiculous enough level to construct a memory in the brain of yours. Yes, exactly. So be mad at him for not following construction site regulations, wears his shirt, shoes, and pants. And why is he using the bulldozer like that? Sorry, I'm thinking of a scene from Like a Dragon at this point. And I substituted Koichi for an image of Majima. Okay. Anyways, more on that in the future. I'm sure Bulldozer is gonna show up in Pirate Yakuza Pirate at some point. I feel like a bulldozer has, in some way, shape, or form, is gonna make their way into like a side story. Okay. Alternatively, say you really like what you see, you're going to have to imagine a much better looking version of Koichi's face, though. Oh, Majima? I don't know about that. You and Koichi makes eye contact a little too long. He nods, puts his cigarette out, okay, and takes off his hard hat, letting his long Fabio-esque locks flow. Okay, Majima is not sporting points in the hair situation. You beckon him over and he comes. What happens next is up to you and your own imagination. My guess is you have a very deep conversation about kanji and the best way to learn it. Nah, you bro it out. You bro it out and play a top-down isometric clan creator side mini game in Like a Dragon. That's what happens. You know? That's exactly what happens. Or you play a mini tycoon game dealing with managing a company that happens to be a construction company. Yes. Hint, when you see ko in a kanji, it will often take the ko reading. Remember that because it comes up quite a bit. Okay. When did it come out as ku? Huh. I'm having a hard time. I don't have a. I don't have. Yeah, I don't have something straight off the top of my head with ku. That's okay. Okay. Okay, ko. Construction. Got it. What else we got? Kuchi? Mouth? Mouth is mouth. Right? If you learned your radicals, which the WaniKani system forces you to do so, unless you're cheating, you already know the meaning. Okay. Oh no. Yeah, this is ko and ku as well. So, do you remember seeing the construction worker, Koichi, early in the ko mnemonic? If you haven't yet, not to worry. For kanji with ko readings, there are a lot of them. We will use the character Koichi every time. He's one of the people who started this website. We'll do our best, yes, to embarrass him. Anyways, remember that whenever you see ko, think Koichi. Everyone agrees Koichi's mouth is his best feature. You stare at it lovingly as he whispers sweet kanji readings to you. You just can't forget all the cool things about kanji learning he said from that voluptuous mouth. What a great mouth Koichi has. How are the lips of his what? How are the lips of his mouth both so skinny and fat at the same time? I'm gonna be real. By the end of like 100 days of WaniKani, I'm probably gonna end up drawing this fictional Koichi. We're probably gonna try to draw a fictional Koichi, like a representation of it. It's probably gonna happen. Okay, all right. Yeah, kuchi, iriguchi, and deguchi. All right. So ko. Dang, another ko. Yikes. They're hard. Hard. Okay. So big. Well, big is big. Big radical and the big kanji are exactly the same, so if you know the radical, you know the meaning. Yeah. Yep, Tai and Dai. Tai and Dai. There's this big guy that's how you'll remember the radical, remember? And he's wearing a huge tie-dye shirt. Tie-dye shirt. Interesting. Okay. Because he's so huge, the tie-dye shirt is also super huge. Everything about him is pretty big, but the tie-dye... What? Stands out more than anything. Oh, stands out more than anything. Okay. Intriguing. Intriguing. I like the combo. When you look at this, when you look at the big guy in your head, imagine him covered in tie-dye head to toe. Think about how ridiculous it looks on him, especially since he's such a big guy. Shirt, sweatpants, hat, shoes, it goes on and on. Who can I imagine in a big tie-dye? I'm just thinking of someone... Okay. Hear me out. This is what I'm thinking of. So we have the guy's head, right? Right? This is the guy's head. Alright. And then we have his tie-dye shirt. And then we have his sweatpants, right? And all I can imagine right now is this guy wearing a beret, like a one of those things, I forgot what they're called, the plumey things. And then he has these wee little bit of hand. He has like paintbrush, right? A paintbrush. And then they're doing a portrait, right? Doing a portrait. But this guy's so much bigger than everything. And then we gotta add some tie-dye waves, you know? I don't know how to do tie-dye without different colors. Wait. Maybe like something like, we can do like, whoop. Whoops. I can't cross the lines. Do not cross the lines to make a tie-dye pattern. Don't cross the lines. Right? There we go. Why a French character? I don't know. Because it's cute. You know? These plumey things aren't necessarily French, but they're kind of more like artsy fartsy things. We're not actually doing it because it's French, but more like artsy fartsy. Like kind of the hat. I'm thinking of a very specific character. I'm thinking of Jamie from Mythbusters. So I don't know if you ever seen Mythbusters, but he is the co-host with Adam Savage. And if you look at him in Mythbusters, he often wears a hat like this. And the guy kind of strikes you as someone who's like bulky on top. And I can see them doing that. You just picture it as French? That's fine. I mean, French is artsy fartsy. We can put oh no. We're good. Tie-dye man could punch a hole through me. Yeah, exactly. I'm contrasting, obviously. So, Gentle Giant. I'm doing a Gentle Giant theme. Gentle Giant theme. So you have someone who's like incredibly huge, but doing something, doing an activity that's related to tie-dye, and I'm weaving the tie-dye into a expressive form, which is art, which I happen to be drawing. So that's kind of my mnemonic for this, on top of their mnemonic. So we have oki, okisa. Oh, oshita. Oh, interesting. Oshita. Oh no, taishita. Oh, taishita makes sense. Taishita. Interesting. I haven't had taishita yet. Alright. Women. Women is women. Okay. Know your radicals, you know your kanji. Okay. What do you have here? Jo? Jo? Nyo? Nyo. Oh no. This is new too. Okay. Wait, think of a woman. Think of, oh, like kanojo. Never mind, just kidding. I guess my only connection to this is kanojo, huh? Is there anything else? I have this. Do I have any nyo? Nyo. No. A nyo. Oh, I'm gonna rely on kanojo. Oh, when you think of a woman, think of Joanne. I'm gonna be very immature about this. I'm sorry. When I read this, I was gonna say, when you think of a woman, think of Jomam. But dumb. I'll be here all day and every day, folks. Though she usually goes by just Joe. Okay. Alright. Oh, whenever the reading Joe comes up, we will use the character Joanne. Is quite a short woman, which is to help us differentiate Joe from Joe, who is the giant oarfish farmhand Joe. Intriguing. Joe is a smaller woman. Joe is a giant man. Okay. Or you can think of Joe Mama married to a man named Joe. I'm kidding. Sorry. All right. It's fine. So, what read did they decide for that? Onna. Okay, onna and onna no ko. Onna no ko. Oh. Joshi. Interesting. Joshi. Neat. Okay, river. River is river. Know your kanji. I mean, know your radicals, know your kanji. Got it. And kawa. Okay. Kawa works. You're standing next to a river that's actually used as a car wash. Car wash. Kawa. Ah. We're going with the British. Let's evoke the British pronunciation of car. Car wash. Imagine standing by the river watching all those cars floating by. I like it. You know what's funny? Blair and I were just joking. Remember the other day, Blair? I was like, this is clearly a highway, folks. It's clearly a highway, right? You add another line, and this is like the ramp. It's a turn or a right turn only. Sorry, Americans. Right turn only lane, right? And you can imagine the highway like a directional flow of cars. I literally said this 3 days ago, 2 days ago, might have been 3 days ago now. And here we are again, full circle. Car wash. Now it's practically literally a river with cars in it. Nice. Neat. Figuratively. Figurative, but literally in the head. I don't know. English is hard. Imagine standing by the river watching all the cars flowing by. They start off really dirty, but the river washes them all clean. That's not quite how that works, but we'll trust Brownian movement and I guess whatever kinetic movement along the way on the river. Awa. Awash. Alright. I'm gonna add a layer of British jab because it's a ka, not a car. Right? Ka. Like, where's my ka at? Right? Awash. Alright. Imagine saying car wash. Car wash? Because if you think about it, like, if this is ash, why did this become ash? Wash. Good old English. It might still be wash in ash. Oh yeah, it is still ash in. Those are my grandmother's ashes. I think it's still ash in British, no? I think they might still say ash instead of ash, right? Sorry, American. Sorry, my voice is giving out. All right. What are our examples? Kawa, riverbed. I don't know what that character is yet. Zoko. Yeah, Zoko. Kawazoko. Interesting. Kawasaki. Okay. We saw Kawasaki largely because... Oh no, is it you, Valentine? No, it's not. Someone else also rides a motorcycle and they had a Kawasaki. I forgot who. But Valentine, don't you have a Honda? Some pronounce it as Esh. Oh, interesting. Eshes? Oh, I can see that too. Someone else has a Honda. I think I don't want to jump the gun, but I feel like Valentine has a Honda. Alright, so let's review quickly. Since I've meandered. Construction. Koichi. Right? We think of Koichi as a construction worker. Suspiciously unclothed at a construction site. Koichi. Again, Koichi's voluptuous hair, right? I mean, voluptuous lips. Sorry, voluptuous lips. Big? Oh no. Oh, tie-dye. Tie-dye, right. Tie-dye. Big guy painting stuff. Women. Joe Mama. Sorry. I don't think I've ever found an appropriate way to use Joe Mama in ever. And now it's just it just makes me giggle every time I say Joe Mama. I think that's ruined. Everything is ruined now. Whenever Joe Mama comes up. And then Joe. Oh, your bike is a Honda? Okay. Yeah. I think Joe Mama jokes are gonna... Your mama jokes are gonna be all ruined for me now. Ruined as in fun, right? Not bad. And then river of cars. Car wash. Alright, we got this. So ko. And ku. Oh, and ku. We're still doing ko. Joe and Joe. When is your mama gonna show? Whenever Joe comes about, you know? You know, whenever Joe is around, Joe Mama will be around too. This is almost as bad as my mnemonic. This is almost as giggly as my mnemonic on haha jokes, right? A haha joke is a chichi joke because chichi is father, haha is mother. So when you're making a haha joke, you're actually making a chichi joke, right? Because dad jokes are the haha jokes that we're talking about. Because haha is a pun, it's a double meaning pun on mother because haha is mother. When you say haha joke, you're not saying haha, it's a funny. I'm genuinely curious what mnemonic they're gonna have for haha and chichi. It would be funny to see their take on the haha and the chichi thing. All right, so what are we doing? We're still doing construction, right? Oh, industry. Industry was the other use. Tie-dye. So we're just gonna enter tie. Okay, woman. River. Car wash. Right? Kawa. Hooray! We did our first our first kanji lesson. We're done. All right. We got one review. Wait, what's the one review? Okay, need help? Okay, if you get stuck, check out the getting start. Oh, I read all of this stuff. Complete level 1 to rid yourself of this banner. Oh, that's kind of cute. All right. Okay, and it's still 5 pips. Okay, still 5 pips for kanji. And then let's start our review. All right. So, what was 9? I don't remember the mnemonic for 9. Wait. Hold up. Cucumbers and cookies? Oh. Wait. Oh, what? Oh, is it after midnight? No, what? Why was that the only review? What? Alright. We'll do like one extra review. Let's do one extra study and then... And yeah. Okay. Alright. Mnemonic for Hito. Person. Oh. What did they do? Nintendo and jeans? Neen and Jean? Oh, and I also have to remember the color, right? This is the radical. Radicals are colored in blue. lying down on the ground. That person basically coughed blood and then infected us with something itchy. Right, that was the thing. Ichi or Itsu. Okay. Right. Joe or Joe. I hate you, Mountain. You have enter TP. And new, right? The new TP. A brand new TP. Alright. I'm done. Okay. This one was different. Right? Yeah, this one was different. 7. Seven's mnemonic. Oh, she cheated. Oh, this one was tough. I had a poor time resonating with she cheated. I actually cheated too. I cheated. I knew most of the reads for Nana for this character. So I was cycling through the characters and I cheated. I quite literally cheated. I was like, "Wait, it's not Nana, so it's Chi." And then I was like, "What mnemonic sounds like Chi?" She cheated. So I actually got to the mnemonic by knowing the read of first. So I actually cheated. So thought I'd let you guys for transparency's sake. You know. 3 Santa San. Oh, the 8 fins, 4 fish. 4 fish with 8 fins into the hachi. Oh, right. Meaning. The 2 knees for support. Right. Construction or industry. Cool. All right. Okay. Wait. There was another meaning? Large? Wait, what were the other? Oh, I have to look. What are we doing here? The reading was tie or die. We'll just type in die. Nine's mnemonic is Well, it is 9. We're talking about the kanji read now. What was the mnemonic for kanji read that they provided? Oh, yeah, right. I keep forgetting the cookie and cucumber thing. Right. And this is the car wash, right? Koichi. Oh, that does not mean cross. We're not talking about the radical. And then the kanji reading was jewels. Riki or Roku. Okay. All right. Some of the new, it's pretty clear some of the mnemonics do not resonate with me as much. And here's a great example of, right, the effort that you put into remembering the mnemonics are still more than the mnemonics that I already currently use. So that's to demonstrate that while mnemonics is great to help you remember, it's the kind of like the level of engagement or effort that you place into the mnemonic. There's a lot of things that you can hold on to in the mnemonics to remember the stuff, but that, in my opinion, is still an input of time and effort, right? Rote memory can be very quick if you just blast rote memory. However, things that are not easily rememberable, mnemonics can cut that effort. It doesn't necessarily mean the initial cost of it is not felt. And in this case, like, I had to redefine a bunch of these, right? Because if I were to rely on my own mnemonics, which I have done for quite some time now, they would not necessarily. I could say something like, "Oh yeah, well, if you have something that already works, just keep using that thing." It's not as fun. It's not as fun for me. So I wanted to make sure to remind myself of the mnemonics that they have built and see how that leads to other things, right? Thanks, Nicole. So that's the idea. However, it's going to take me a little time to adjust to adding and somehow integrating my mnemonics. So, for example, in order to reinforce and instead of being deconstructive, as in, for example, if you have a mnemonic for, let's say, construction, right? However, the mnemonics is not the same as this. I make an attempt to connect them. If I don't have a mnemonic at all, I completely adopt the mnemonic. So the ones that I don't have a mnemonic at all, I adopt it very quickly. The ones that I get stuck on are the ones that I already have mnemonics for that conflicts. So one of the ones that I definitely get stuck on is Q. Right? They used cookies and cucumbers. I use a cue ball that's in 9-ball pool. That's how I get Q. there's a cue ball. You hit the cue ball into a diamond formation in a game of 9-ball pool. That is my mnemonic for cue. So I did not connect cucumbers and cookies to 9-ball yet. So that's kind of why it took a while. I already knew the answer. I already knew what it translates and whatnot. But the focus here now is to figure out how I can intersect the two types of mnemonics, and they can reinforce each other. Alternatively, and this is kind of like learning a target language for the first time. When people say stop thinking in English, you have to think in Japanese in order to continue using Japanese. Yes, you can spend a lot of your effort trying to prevent yourself from thinking in English. That's a very excellent forward investment if you want to exclusively think in Japanese. Alternatively, you can find how they're connected and they reinforce each other. And eventually, in my opinion, you'll do it so quickly that you can serve to be an interpreter for English while also using Japanese. At least that's my initial goal. Now, to get to Japanese faster, you certainly would not use English. But in this case, this would be a different example where it's the same language we're using. It's the same language we're using. Now I'm trying to connect what I have established with what is new. So we'll have to think about how to connect those. And this review, the next couple review, we're going to have more reviews, right? From now on, because the lessons aren't new anymore. We'll have to complete like the kanji. So the next couple days will be review once again. And I will have time to digest and morph these mnemonics to coincide with my mnemonics. And some of these that don't have any mnemonics right away, I've already created new mnemonics on top, right? Because when you're learning something, in my opinion, if you add something on top, it reinforces it even better. So, yes, it is putting in a little more extra effort, but it connects the things in a way that I can already leverage. So when I think of tie-dye, I think of painter, oftentimes. When I see painters around, I think of them wearing a white shirt with lots of splashes of paint, be it an interior painter or whatnot. I see a lot of paint, and that paint kind of reminds me of the essence of what a tie-dye shirt is kind of like. While a tie-dye shirt is a very calculated, like somewhat calculated, but form of expression, when I look at a painter, I also see those random splashes as pieces of art, and it kind of reminds me of tie-dye. So that's how I'm connecting that together. So a lot of these are going to get extra stuff from me, and you might be thinking, why waste your time doing that? Well, it doesn't take that long. First of all, it takes almost like a couple milliseconds. When I see someone's mnemonic, I'm already brainstorming of my own ideas, right? And at the same time, it's about how many times I'm going to reinforce this behavior and this imagery, because I can never know it moving forward how many times this few milliseconds of effect will be applied later. Like for example, they already oh, I don't know why I wrote ko and then ooh, but ko is already investing. You're already investing in something future. So knowing these mnemonics for me might be an investment into understanding how Koichi is going to fill in all this stuff. So I'm playing along, basically. I'm playing along, and then I'm slowly making it my own. It's a great example because Duolingo doesn't have this. So Duolingo does not have contextual mnemonics. Not they kind of sort of have simple sentences, which kind of makes okay, and then they theme things together, kind of. So Duolingo does not have an arrangement curated like contextual mnemonics. I provide most of that to enrich my understanding or grouping of the words. But this gives me something to use and add to on top. So when you play a video game, yes, it's great to take wholesale what the video game is. I'm honestly, most of the time when I'm playing a video game or consuming something or reading something, I sacrifice or I exchange, for all those people out there, I exchange immersion for fourth wall break. When I read a book, yes, you can get engrossed into the book momentarily. You can get entrenched into a manga or in anime. However, I make time for a fourth wall break. So I'm reading because I know someone has written this thing, right? They have drawn this thing. And I'm also thinking about the creator in which of the thing. So it is a sacrifice, you know, how when someone says, oh, you get lost in a book. I do too. One big but. The biggest but of all time is it's the same. I like this quote now. It's the same, but different. Sorry, I got caught up with one of these guys' Japanese acts. So it's the same, but different. I get caught up and lost in the book because I'm so invested in the person that writes this and their relationship with the thing they're writing. So I want to know and breathe how this person's going to write, like how they're writing. Why did they brainstorm about their selection and examples? Look for motifs, recurring themes, word progression, diction, and whatnot. Those things I get lost in. So when I pick up a book and this person has a very characteristic form of writing that speaks to me, or very odd writing that makes me struggle, that stuff is really interesting. So while I'm struggling to get the more esoteric mnemonics, right, of Ko, they're probably going to sit a lot longer because I'm more invested in trying to figure out what's this guy's deal with Power Ranger and locking Ricky up with Power Rangers. And then does Ko, like the actual Ko, have fabulous hair and have like daydreams about being in a hard hat and suspenders? That's how I'm remembering the mnemonics. So thought I'd share that. And then before the end of the day, of course, we're just gonna do a little writing exercise here. We're gonna do a wee bit of writing with this convenient white space over here. And what are our kanji, right? So we got ichi, ni, san, or I could say ichi, two knees, santa-san. And then, do we have any other numbers? We had, what was this? What was our mnemonic for this? She cheated. So, she cheated. Eight fins. The hatch. Why is there 3 gate out kanji? Because I made an error in mountain, toe, and slide, so they're not unlocked yet. Or usually I need mountain and toe to be cleared before you can have these, because Yama and mountain are the same character, so they're gated in the sense that you need to have the prerequisites to unlock these, and both of these are probably modifiers of toe. And the reason why I got them wrong is because I typed something that I wasn't supposed to know yet. Largely I typed something that I wasn't supposed to know yet. And then cucumbers, right? Cookies and cucumbers. Cookies and cucumbers. Beyond the scope is why I got them wrong. Beyond the scope. So what? So I'm arranging them now. So we're gonna arrange them. So this one's good. This one's good. We got this one. This one. This one. And jewels. Jewels. Got this one. This one. And what else can we group together? So we have Hito, or where were they going with Hito? Nintendo and jeans. Nintendo and jeans. And then a type of person would be Joe Mama. Joe Mama is a type of person. And then so we got that. Enter. Do we have anything for enter? Oh, we can relate two things for enter. We have new, right? New for enter. New. And just so happens new, this is for later. New, we have kuchi, or mouth. And mouth is ko. So there's an entrance, iriguchi. So we take care of that, right? Construction. Construction is related to kuchi. Kuchi, and they're both ko. So we'll then add ko. And then we have kawa and riki, or ryok. They're just somewhere. So we're just gonna put, or you could say your Joe Mama is powerful. And is there anything that I can connect with river? Not really. And then just river. Kawa. No. So this would probably be how I would arrange it with what's limited here. Can't do much more than that in terms of a new arrangement. So we'll probably do this much more. In the future, this will be linked with Yama, right? Because these are geographical features. And then we have shita and ue, which shita and ue are already linked together because they're positional. Right. And those are the ones we're missing. And then that's how I would group them. With the new mnemonics as well. It'll be interesting to try to group them by mnemonics. We've added a new form of mnemonics. It's these two. So this is something that's individualized to WaniKani now. The ko mnemonic is something very identifiable because it's unique to the writer of WaniKani. The others, not as much, but there are fun ones, right? I like the 10 Commandments here. Cookie and cucumber is a hit or miss for me. I don't really know about that yet. Hachi. I like hachi. Hachi. When I think of a Japanese person pronouncing hatch or hutch or hachi. Hachi, that's great. That brings, and it's 8 fins and 4 fish. That's really oddball math, which kind of reminds me of ko. I'm basically now I'm ascribing everything to this hypothetical person named Ko, but Ko might be Koichi. He writes most of the contents for this, so I'm basically blaming him. I'm kidding. I'm creating this like fictional attachment, like a parasocial attachment to this person's way of thinking, right? This was kind of tough too. She cheated. This one I didn't resonate with because it's a empathy barrier. I have an empathy barrier. So there's an empathy barrier here. About she cheated. You're supposed to imagine someone who cheated that you don't like, so suits them right. Santa-san, I like. Santa-san, you need 2 knees for help, 2 knees for support. If you need support, grab 2 knees. That's my take on it. So if you need help, go get 2 knees, right? 2 knees for support is the mnemonic for this. And if you need help, get 2 knees. And then ground, lying down, 2 shooting 1. Fair enough. Itchy? It's a bit of a stretch, but I kind of like it. A little bit absurd. I like the absurdity. These are a lot more specific, so they'll go a long way in the future. Neat. Wow. 4 hours with WaniKani. So I'm going to have to think about this. We also have to think about scheduling now. I have to think about scheduling. So it appears that lessons are locked based on prerequisites. So we can kind of sort of anticipate when lessons are going to show up. Right? We can kind of sort of anticipate that. And it also looks like occasionally there's like a staggering effect. So I did an extra review early, even though it's supposed to reset at midnight. So there's an extra pip on Riki and Dok. So yeah, I'm gonna be curious how they like sort of stagger the way, so some things get advanced, and then so it wouldn't be like a blast of 15 15 15 all the time. Maybe not, maybe so. And then the longest, so we have to make time for the lessons, and I think what we're going to do about that is what we're going to start today, which we'll do a rotating thing. So for today, we're going to go into our Japanese Duolingo session because I need to get this done. This review is going to come first. And then the next time lesson day comes up, kanji, so we're going to call it the WK vocab day, right? We have vocab days for Duolingo as well. It's every 3 days. So WaniKani vocab day will be probably roughly every 5 days. Or actually every 4 days, technically. Because the day that you unlock is the day you also get the lesson, right? And we chatted a lot, had a lot of fun. This is what happens when we're actively learning. I try to embellish it as much as I can, share stories. These are my stories, of course. So most of the comments that I make and the little jokes and short stories about she cheated kind of thing, those are my more developed mnemonics, right? They are full-fledged stories as opposed to like very shortcutty things. 4 days. So every 4 days will be WaniKani new vocab day until like I fall apart and start messing up stuff. I'm kind of curious how long this will stick. So that's kind of how we're going to interact for now. So every 4 days, once another 4 day comes up, I will rotate out Japanese Duolingo and we'll go into Chinese Duolingo to wrap up the day. Okay, so actually, no, you know what? So we're going to do into Japanese Duolingo until I have reviewed enough Oh no. No, we had to cycle. We had to cycle between the two. Then it'll be Chinese Duolingo in the next 4 days. And then by then I would have done the Japanese review. Basically the 100-day progress report. Right? 100-day progress report. At some point. And then we would be close to being ready for the Chinese progress report. They're kind of close. And when we wrap up the Chinese progress report, that's actually kind of the quote-unquote end of the learning in Chinese Duo. So that's when we phase something else in, and that's going to be Like a Dragon, the Chinese playthrough of Like a Dragon 8. That should bring us close to the end of January. And Like a Dragon, quote unquote, lad, I guess 8.5 comes out. According to Steam, it's the 20th. So that'll bring us up to the 20th. And then after that, we're going to have to think about how we schedule time. We're going to end up having to stagger. It's not going to be every single day anymore, because this is already too crunched for each day, because we're going to have to make room for Spanish. Spanish Duo then starts after that. So we're going to have to do like a every other day schedule kind of thing, so that we can flesh it out, be more manageable. For now though, it looks like vocab days are super exciting. They're extra long, filled with lots of engagement. Tomorrow this will be a run. So now the next couple days, right? When we're reviewing the next, we might we're gonna end up picking up these. Probably tomorrow we'll pick up one of the lessons. So they're not quite as fast. However, hear me out here. The last time I was reviewing these things, it was like 1 minute long. It took me 1 minute. 1 minute to do all these. And tomorrow it's gonna add like one lesson. Probably these two? Or 2 lessons. So we'll do those and they will balloon up to like 30 minutes. I've been trying to fill in the 30 minutes to add to like substance and construction and whatnot, because I want to add some constructive feedback to myself, even if it's a 1 minute activity. That's a way to make things real and interesting and important than making them fleeting. I get how a lot of people love to like get her done and then get by, but if I spend 1 minute doing something and I've already set my time out to do it, I'm going to make it worth my while, right? So now I might not have to do that. So tomorrow's review is probably going to be very short. However, we're going to get 2 new lessons. So I'll probably end up doing commentary on Ue and Shita. And then we'll get Yama, like 1 down, like 2 days down, the day after tomorrow. Now, hear me out here. Tomorrow's a little different too. I also have to make a note. Tomorrow I have to head to the airport. I have to head to the airport tomorrow. And the airport is it's 2 hours away. So that means it's a 4-hour trip. 4-hour round trip. Where I'm accompanying my parents, because one of my parents have to go abroad. They have to go abroad to take care of some like business related thing. So tomorrow I think I'm gonna cycle out the Duo Japanese, and then we'll try to squeeze in the WaniKani, right? The WaniKani. I need to come up with more shorthands. So tomorrow I will still be back for WaniKani, and then it's gonna go straight into DC. Duo Chinese, just to rotate them out so I can squeeze in. It will be a late start at most, and I'll probably be pretty exhausted. So we're trying to be as on top of things as we can. I hope everyone else is keeping their 2025 going strong, right? 2025. And will relish, cry, laugh, roll our eyes, figuratively, because I can't actually see you guys roll your eyes, or groan, etc. through 2025. We'll see where it takes us, right? So far, is a blast. All right, folks, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. Since I'm gonna pivot out Duolingo Chinese today, I'll update all the schedule and stuff. I'm gonna get up and stretch, fill my, get some glucose. Glad to have you guys here. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. And also, I hope everyone's excited, rested, and getting ready for school. Some people's school already started. Some people's university is about to start or have started. And other people are starting their journeys, right? Continuing to start their journeys, following their life. Make it a great career day. It's a great, wonderful day. End of day 4. I'm probably going to keep saying the New Year's spirit kind of thing until Lunar New Year's. Generally, after Lunar New Year's, I feel like that's when I stop slapping people over the face about the New Year's and whatnot. But for now, hear me out. I'm probably going to say this as an outro to all these segments. The year's young. Grab 2025 by your favorite implement and get to cracking, right? You are more than welcome to feel exhausted and maybe a little later in the year. Right now, you're fresh. Hopefully you're fresh. You're sobering up. You're good to go. And I'll see you guys on the next WaniKani session, right? So to those WaniKani enthusiasts out there, mata ne, ya ne, minasan. And I'm gonna get up, clear my throat a little, stretch, check on my time machine and my crabigator pet, and I'll be back for the Duolingo Japanese session.